Hello world! A little bit late start, I do apologize, but welcome to Snap Together Saturday. Today, as you may have noticed, we are going to be building the final set of Lupinranger VS Patranger stuff, Wave EX. I'll show you the actual pretty side of the boxes. The final wave of VS vehicles. It's a bunch of assorted stuff. You'll see the stuff in the bottom left corner, but you know we have Magic Dial Fighter, Trigger Machine Splash, Lupin Magnum, Siren Striker, and Victory Striker. They can combine. Each of those can combine with Lupin Kaiser or technically Patkaiser. They were not seen to do so in the show. I'll get to that in a minute. But anyway, they combine with Lupin Kaiser in various ways, and they form the equivalent of the ultimate formations of the show. So let's get into it. So once again, they have individualized boxes. They have each of them has the what they do on the front and on the back, for that matter. So you know it shows their combinations with Lupin Kaiser. It's all Lupin Kaiser because at this halfway through my mic is way the fuck over here. I do apologize. Let me repeat my whole introduction just to make sure that I have that got through. Welcome to Snap Together Saturday. Today I'm building Lupinranger VS Patranger VS Vehicle Series EX, consisting of these 5 components, which combine with Lupin Kaiser mostly. We have Magic Dial Fighter, Trigger Machine Splash, Lupin Magnum, Siren Striker, and Victory Striker. Again, they all combine with mostly Lupin Kaiser. They can technically combine with Patkaiser, but halfway through the show, it was determined that the Lupin Rangers were much more popular, so they gave us the vehicles that were meant for the Lupins to the thieves anyway. So, what can you do? Which is why the final format, you get the Splash Magic formation instead of just Splash or just Magic, and then they use Splash and Magic with Siren Striker and Victory Striker. So I don't know, it bugged the hell out of me, but what you gonna do? All right, let's get into it. As I was saying, the boxes have individual pictures on them. Here's the lineup on the side, but we have Lupin Kaiser Splash, Lupin Kaiser Splash Magic, Lupin Magnum, Siren Lupin Kaiser, and Victory Lupin Kaiser. On the back, same thing. It'll have pictures of the same, exact same picture, and then it also shows the lineup, what you use to combine with. So it says Trigger Machine Splash, Trigger Machine Blue, Magic Dial Fighter, Blue Dial Fighter, and Good Striker combined into this. Magic Dial Fighter, Siren Striker, and Magic Dial Fighter, Trigger Machine Splash, and Good Striker combined into this. You can combine the Lupin Magnum with Blue Dial Fighter and Yellow Dial Fighter. Make Lupin Magnum Superior. That's what it is. Lupin Magnum Superior. And then again, Siren Lupin Kaiser and Victory Lupin Kaiser. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into it. I do have off to the side here all the other vehicles, everything else. Let me dig them out. I've not yet taken a family photo, and I probably should. So if you recall from last week, here is Good Striker, VSX, which is the largest combination of sorts. Combines the X trains with Lupin Kaiser and Patkaiser. And yeah. So all the other formations are just Lupin Kaiser, swapping out the arms and the head. So go ahead and disassemble you into your component forms, and then put you off to the side. So I keep these. I'll do whatever. Not tap that in for now. Too late. Gold one here. Never did come back and finish painting these guys. It's my bad habit. I'm terrible at like finishing what I start. Okay, put the head up there. Alright, put you there. Might do a family photo at the end, we'll see. Just all the vehicles. Probably should. Spin your head around. Lupin Kaiser. I always hated this one. This one's always a pain to get out. There we go. Okay. Now you go on this arm. And over here. And this on the head real quick. Okay. And I forgot the dummy head for you, whatever. So there's my 3 robots. I'm going to put them off to the side and let us begin the build. 4, 5. first. Okay. These boxes are a bit bigger than a normal Minipla box. Here's the X-Train box for comparison. That's why it's an EX set. It's thicker, a little bit thicker, and so it costs more per box. A, B, C, stickers and instrucciones. Alrighty. Go ahead and get my entertainment up.
Really get to this point where, like, how many Transformers are really left? If you're a G1 collector, you're down to, like, you know, some Target Master characters that haven't been done yet, some Power Master characters, little gimmicky things from the late 80s. Like, there's nothing left. You know, they've gone to just about every direction they can go. So I wonder what's going to happen first. Like, do you run out of characters that need new toys that would interest collectors, or do you like get the toys to be so, you know, uninspired, like so like cost cut that they're just not worth the price point that they're going to start asking? Now, I know a lot of you already feel this way, and a lot of you have already cut Transformers out. You're living vicariously through reviewers like me who tell you what these toys are like. And yeah, as long as I am able to financially do that, I will do that for you. However, I do understand that a lot of you watch because you either enjoy my content, you still enjoy hearing about Transformers, even if you can't participate in it financially. That's completely okay. That is your call to make. And I just think that we're one price hike away from a lot more people joining you. And I don't know how much longer Transformers can go on with it without eating itself alive. So there's my rant for the day. Too long, didn't listen. Transformer prices suck, and I think they're one price point away from truly damaging the brand permanently. Unless they figure out some other way of cutting the costs or making them more, they have to figure out some way of cutting the cost. It doesn't involve shrinking the toys again or raising the prices, one or the other. That's the long and short of it. Let me know in the comments below. How close are you? Like, is it already too much for you? Or you're like me and you're just like riding the line of like, I'm barely okay with this and I don't know how much longer I'm on this ride for. So yeah, thank you for listening. This has been a rant brought to you by I ran out of time to get the video done that I wanted to. Tomorrow, we are going to be doing Let's Fix Transformers Beast Machines. I'll redo the show and the story my way and tell you how it should have been done within the limits that they had at Mainframe. Monday's going to be your news roundup, and then Tuesday, I believe, I'll be bringing you a box opening for Yolo Park's Rise of the Beast model kits. Don't know what I'm doing Wednesday, but Thursday and Friday, we are doing reviews for Transformers Rise of the Beast, non-spoiler version. On Thursday, and then on release day Friday, you're getting a spoiler-filled version. So we'll do both videos, and then Saturday we'll do Yolo Park again. I'll do the box opening one day, and then Saturday I'll do the full review, and I might show you what one of them looks like fully painted, so we can see like how good those kits can be. So that's my plan. I have a schedule for the week. Wednesday is just going to be the surprise. Hopefully everything else stays on track. So there you go. Thank you for watching. I will see you next time.
We're gonna have to get your names for the books.
You, player 1.
William Current.
Roll me a deception check.
I thought their name was Fang.
Roll with disadvantage.
Okay.
That was like the opposite of the hell action there.
You, Goblin.
First name D's? Watch your tongue.
Okay. 4, 5, 3. I'm not gonna be able to do that, so let's. We don't even why they're there. No, that's the wrong tweezers. Alrighty. Let's put on some more entertainment. It's a new Digimon series. I know you can't see that. Well, I'll pull up my video and feed in a minute so we can watch along. There we go.
Digimon Seekers is probably the hardest Digimon thing I've ever had to review. On one hand, Seekers, the latest Digimon project, is the adult fan's dream. A darker, edgier Digimon story set in the real world and the internet, featuring young adult characters, hackers, and cyber cops, and tapping into very contemporary concepts, engaging with the way that people today interact with the internet for good and bad. Not to mention a clear love of the legacy of Digimon, particularly the legacy of the virtual pet. On paper, there's a lot to love, but Seekers' format, its rollout, and budget appear to be significantly hindering the project's success, keeping it from taking off and sadly causing many hardcore Digimon fans that I've spoken with to rapidly lose interest in what should be a dream Digimon story. Today I'm reviewing Digimon Seekers so far, 2 months into the series and 14 chapters into the overall story, which we've been told is going to last about 12 months, not unlike an average Digimon anime series. Before we do that though, I want to show off some Digimon goodies that just came in the mail this morning, courtesy of my friends and the sponsor of this video, Zenin TCG. Zenin TCG is a one-stop shop for merchandise and collectibles from Digimon and tons of other anime. The site is run by true Digimon fans.
Ad block on this thing, or is this not covered by ad block? I don't know. Could just be that.
Seekers is set in a world that is not unlike our current one. 19-year-old Eiji Nagasumi is the hero of Digimon Seekers, and his basic character description tells you a ton about what exactly Seekers wants to be. He's a freshly graduated freelance hacker, but what I appreciate so far is that he's not this effortlessly cool hacker. Despite the fancy clothes the key art has him dressed in, he's kind of an antisocial goof. We catch high schoolers a few years younger than him making fun of him for being a deadbeat in the first chapter. We hear about his failures in the real world and on the internet as it relates to freelance assignments. At the start of the series, Eiji is the proud partner of 4 Tyrannomon, which tells the audience that in this iteration of Digimon, humans can have more than one monster partner. It's a nice change-up, more akin to games like Cyber Sleuth and anime like Adventure. Also noteworthy is that at the start of the series, Eiji, and seemingly the majority of humans who know about Digimon, do not hold them in high regard and treat their relationship more like how you would treat Siri. One of his Tyrannomon is killed in a mission, and rather than mourn the loss of a Digimon partner, Eiji is more concerned about potentially having failed his freelance contract. This does make him sound like a bit of a scumbag on face value, but it illustrates the current status quo relationship between humans and Digimon at the start of this new series. Eiji's view of Digimon and the digital world is forever changed, though, when an introduction with Ryu Senji, an esteemed researcher and founder of one of this world's tech giants, Abaddon Electronics, takes place. Eiji learns that the digital world he's been observing through his Digimon linker, through his smartphone, his laptop, etc., are only the surface, an interpretation of the true digital world that most humans have yet to realize is there inside their devices. He's given a new partner, Lugamon, and a new mission. As an apolitical hacker, he's tasked with infiltrating the Sons of Chaos, who are described as extremist hackers willing to use cyber terrorism to achieve their goals. It's Eiji's goal to gain trust within the organization, to uncover the identity of their mysterious leader, only known currently as Tartarus. Eiji needs to do this while also avoiding the Digi-Police, since he's made himself a member of the Sons of Chaos, who the Digi-Police are constantly after. That's essentially the story delivered across 14 entries into Digimon Seekers' chapter-style story, and this is where the first major issue of Digimon Seekers begins for me. What I described to you just now feels like the amount of information you would normally receive after 2 or 3 episodes of an anime tops. We have a basic setup, some key characters, and a major goal that we can see will guide us for the next little while. But it took Digimon Seekers about 2 months to get to this point. Of course, Digimon Seekers is not an anime television series, and so bringing up 2 or 3 episodes is not an entirely fair comparison, but since it follows the weekly release cadence that Digimon anime historically have used, it feels bizarre to have covered so little ground after so many weeks. Many of the series chapters have also been incredibly short and lacking in information. One whole chapter was devoted to Eiji's time in the first floor lobby of Ryu Senji's company's building, where he poorly flirts with the receptionist. At least it seems he was flirting, or maybe she thought he was flirting, or the narrator joked that he was flirting. I couldn't really tell, and this is the next massive issue with Digimon Seekers, is that this online web novel is either very difficult to understand or so simple that it lacks the sort of quality and human touch you would hope for from a good story, not just Digimon story. When it was announced during Digimon Con, Seekers was proudly described as going to be a multinational, multilingual release. Quote, "We plan to release it in Japanese, English, and Chinese, so I hope Digimon fans everywhere will be excited." It sounded great, but fans quickly learned in the first chapter that the official English release was little more than Digimon Web's built-in translation, which is either entirely machine translated, which it seems to be, or has only been slightly touched by a real human doing the most bare-bone literal translation of the Japanese text. This was a devastating revelation and a bit of a deal-breaker for some fans that I have spoken to. Some Digimon enthusiasts who really want to love Seekers have taken it upon themselves to essentially localize the chapters themselves, adding a bit more context and quality to the skeletal translation. But since the Digimon Web version is the version of the story that Digimon felt comfortable and confident presenting to the world, my review is based on that version. Digimon Seekers' English translation is frankly the best argument I've ever seen for localization versus literal translation in the favor of localization. Why you can't just port something from one language to another directly. When you just literally translate something, there are going to be hiccups and oddities that simply can't be translated. Digimon Seekers is full of these, in addition to typos and very silly formatting. Though Digimon Seekers is a web novel at its core, there are 2 video components to the project worth covering. One is the live-action trailers that it seems Bandai and Digimon will release after major milestones in the story. One aside I can't stop thinking about is how Bandai Guy seems to have ran the Digimon Seekers first trailer as a pre-roll ad online, earning 16 million views in 3 months and potentially confusing several million people into thinking a real live-action Digimon project was in production, when what they would find if they followed through on the links in the description was that Digimon Seekers is not a live-action show or movie, but a machine-translated web novel. There's one other video component of Digimon Seekers that's slightly cooler, but something fans who don't speak Japanese will not be able to enjoy. It's more of an audio product, technically, but on the Digimon Partners YouTube page, whenever they drop a chapter online, they also drop a 10 to 20 minute audio version that is read by the voice actor for Gamamon. There is some really fun sound design happening here, and I appreciate the effort. Unfortunately, very few Japanese fans appear to be consuming these. Although the first entry has 34,000 views, the last few have only 1.5k to 2.3k views each. We don't get to see numbers on how many people read the Digimon web version, like the text version, but the YouTube numbers aren't painting an incredibly optimistic picture for how much interest there is in Digimon Seekers. I'm not giving up on Digimon Seekers, but I am going to let it build up again and then read a bunch, I don't know, in a few months. And I'm not the only one who sort of gave up or took a break from Digimon Seekers. I polled my followers on Twitter and got a few shocking results. Keep in mind, there's nothing scientific about a Twitter poll, but if you follow me there, you're probably a Digimon fan and you found me through my coverage of modern Digimon stories, so at the very least I'm polling people who are interested in Digimon currently. I asked a pretty straightforward question: are you still reading Digimon Seekers? With 270 votes, 28.5% said yes, 46.7% said no, and 24.8% said, what's Digimon Seekers? This surprised me quite a bit at first, but some of the replies provide some explanations, and I'll let these speak for themselves. It lost my interest, to be honest. The drip-feeding paragraphs really killed it for me. The second it turned into digital world equals metaverse, I lost immediate interest. As soon as I found out it was being machine translated, I lost all interest. They clearly don't care, so why should I care? I jump on occasionally, but the formatting and translations are painfully awkward to read. Only read it because it was so badly translated it became comedy gold. More power to people who like it though, but not me. I think the real tragedy here is that while many people were always going to be turned off by the fact this was a text-based novel project, there were some people who were willing to give it a chance. Fans who are devoted enough to give it a try were then presented this poorly packaged, machine-translated, slow-as-a-snail series that really is just here to add world-building to the Vital Bracelet series of products. I think the world-building of Digimon Seekers is sounding interesting so far, and the concept of slightly older teens adventuring with Digimon while committing and or stopping cybercrime sounds like a ton of fun, but I also know Digimon Stories Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory kind of already do this, and they do it really well. I can't currently recommend Digimon Seekers to really anybody, but for anyone interested in the ideas and themes that have been discussed, the Cyber Sleuth games rule, and so does Digimon Survive, which, although having very little to do with the internet and hacking, does present a slightly older cast and much darker themes than most stories. If you want darker, more mature Digimon, just fall back on Cyber Sleuth and Digimon Survive if you haven't played those yet. I think you can probably expect at least one more Seekers video from me, but not anytime soon, not for several months. Thank you for listening in on this review so far. Check out last week's video all about the Angela Anaconda short before Digimon the movie, where I discuss why the short got made, why it's there, and if it really caused a couple to divorce like the internet claims it did. Thanks for watching, have a great week, and I'll see you in the next video.
Oh, I gotta hear that one.
Your last The Angela Anaconda short film at the start of the Digimon movie was pretty despised among Digimon fans, but let's actually explain why it existed and if it really did cause a young Digimon fan's parents to divorce. I'm not sure if any other name sends a shiver down Digimon fans' spines like Angela Anaconda's. Some say Angela Anaconda is the worst part of the Digimon movie, others say Angela is the first human to digivolve, beating the Digimon Frontier cast to the punch by a whole 2 years. Okay, I think like 5 people say that, but I am one of them and this is my video. I'm also joking around, but I want to dive into what is certainly one of the strangest things to come out of Fox Kids' already strange version of Digimon the movie, and that's the 3-minute and 50-second long short film at the start of the movie, starring the Queen of Petty Revenge Fantasies and...
Pause, damn it. I'm missing one of my markers. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I got my marker, my metallic blue marker. And the detail is going to paint in is this cab cockpit piece right here. That is very sloppy. I'll clean it up later.
Angela Anaconda. Angela Anaconda was an animated series that aired on Fox Kids, just like Digimon, running from 1999 to 2001 and wrapping up after 3 seasons. It chronicled the life and times of an imaginative and very articulate 8-year-old girl who often found herself daydreaming about outrageous ways to exact violent revenge on her French culture-loving bully, Nanette Manoir. Each episode, Angela was joined by her classmates, the smart and hungry Gina Lash, Italian stereotype Johnny Abadi, and young Rivers Cuomo of the rock band Weezer. And you've no doubt noticed already, but it has this incredibly unique paper doll 2.5D art style that, despite looking homemade, was shockingly state-of-the-art. These days we praise a lot of 2.5D video games like South Park The Stick of Truth or Inside or Unravel that kind of simulate a 2D side-scroller but are actually built in 3D. Angela Anaconda was doing that all the way back in 1999. I think there are 2 definitive deep dives into Angela Anaconda here on YouTube: Billiam's hilarious Angela Anaconda Was Weird video and Amazon Kane's fascinating The Making of Angela Anaconda. I'll spare you all the details here in the interest of time, but I'm linking to those 2 videos in this one's description. But the last bit of setup and personal context before we talk the short film crossover is that I quite liked Angela Anaconda as a kid and legitimately did not realize that the art style was such nightmare fuel until I hit my 20s and started talking about it with more people. I grew up in Canada where we had a lot of weird looking shows sticking around, Reboot, Nana Land, so I never thought twice about the art style and just enjoyed Angela's weird misadventures. I also learned later in life the show was made in Toronto, and actually one of its animators was Ian Desaw from the band Billy Talent, which as a Canadian automatically makes me like Angela Anaconda a lot more than the average human. So, the short. Why? It's the year 2000. You've seen the commercials for Digimon the movie on Fox Kids while you're watching Digimon 02 on Saturday morning.
The movie event you've been waiting for is coming to theaters this fall.
You go to the theater, and after the previews and the 20th Century Fox logo, the first bit of animation you see is a paper craft girl and her friends lined up outside a theater to see the movie you thought you were here to see, the Digimon movie. I've not been able to find official, documented justification for why Fox put this thing in front of the movie, but if you pause to think about it for a few moments, it's fairly obvious. 2 years earlier, A Bug's Life premiered with the short film Jerry's Game at the beginning, commencing a trend of short films kicking off the massively popular Pixar animated features. Then you had 1999's Pokemon, the first movie, beginning with Pokemon Pikachu's Vacation, which was largely there to pad out the film's runtime. By this point, most of us know that Digimon the movie was 3 short films cut and pasted together, but it seemed Fox was a bit nervous about the film's runtime, and perhaps thought it might be worth using Digimon's big moment to promote another one of its shows, Angela Anaconda. Personally, I'd have loved to have seen a Monster Rancher or Spider-Man Unlimited short before the Digimon movie, but my guess is they chose a show that had lower ratings in an effort to bump up interest in that show. That's purely speculation on my part, as I couldn't find Angela Anaconda TV ratings from the year 2000 in my research, but it wouldn't have been the first time Fox Kids used one of its more popular shows to prop up and advertise another one of its series that needed a bit of help. I'm looking at you, Power Rangers in Space cross Ninja Turtles The Next Mutation crossover. So that's my best attempt at giving you the why this Angela Anaconda short is in front of Digimon the movie. So the short itself, in my opinion, the short is pretty harmless. It's of course there to advertise Angela Anaconda to a captive audience of Digimon fans, but it's also meant to hype up kids who, much like Angela in the short film, just sat down in their town's movie theater to see Digimon on the big screen. Seeing Angela and the entire child population of Tapwater Springs hyped as hell to see Digimon in theaters probably made real-world kids feel validated in their love of Digimon. Like maybe you didn't have too many real-world friends who liked Digimon as much as you did, maybe they were Pokemon fans, or your parents reluctantly took you to the theaters just to make you happy. Seeing all these kids fired up to see Digimon, even though they were fictional kids, you were probably like, see, Digimon is cool, I told you, Dad. The short is very much a bite-sized episode of Angela Anaconda. You meet her friends, Nanette screws them all over, Angela gets lost in a revenge fantasy, though this time it's involving her digivolving into Angelamon, becoming the first human in the franchise to digivolve. This joke can't possibly be true, but because the Digimon movie came out roughly 2 years before Digimon Frontier, I love the idea that Japanese Digimon writers were looking for inspiration on how to follow up Tamers, encountered the English version of the Digimon movie, saw Angela digivolve, and were like, that's not bad, that could work. Obviously that's not what happened, but I like to think it did. There is a distinct style difference in the writing of the Angela Anaconda short as compared to the rest of the short films that make up the core of the Digimon movie. As much as I defend Angela Anaconda generally, I will admit the rest of the movie's jokes are way funnier than anything in the Angela short. This can be explained thanks to a 2017 interview with Jeff Nimoy, known by most Digimon fans as the voice of Tentomon, but who also wrote a ton of early Digimon, including the Digimon movie. He told Modern Gaffa that although he was responsible for stitching the 3 Digimon short films into one for the movie, he had nothing to do with the Angela short. Not only that, he didn't even know it was going to be in the film until the night of the premiere. Quote, ironically, I didn't even see the Angela Anaconda prologue until the premiere. So who did write it? Hilariously, on IMDb, nobody is taking credit for the Angela Anaconda short film. However, there is a sort of alternate universe version of the short, a full 10-minute episode of Angela Anaconda called Good Seats that aired in January 2001, 3 months after Digimon the movie's theatrical premiere. This episode was written by Holly Huckins, Michael Kramer, Laura McCreary, and Kent Redeker. It's an extended version of the plot with the kids of Tapwater Springs stoked to see not Digimon the movie, but Interstellar Mega Giants versus Mechanatar. The Digimon posters and terminology have been swapped out, although Angela's Megamorph form still resembles Tai. Same with Gina and Johnny, who have their TK and Izzy style outfits on. Considering the episode credits don't say anything like adapted from blank script or based on a story by blank, Huckins, Kramer, McCreary, and Redeker are most likely the suspects for the short film's writers. I only very recently learned about one other sort of Digimon cross Angela Anaconda crossover thing, thanks to a commenter on one of my videos. Both Digimon and Angela Anaconda had original Halloween-themed music on the free CD 13 Days of Halloween Rhythm and Booze that came packed in with Count Chocula, Boo Berry, and Frankenberry cereal in America in the year 2001. If you were lucky enough to own the CD, you'd hear the Baja Men singing It's Spooky in Here, the Digimon Halloween song, and Sue Rose, the voice of Angela, singing I'm Gonna Scare You, the Angela Anaconda Halloween song. But obviously the crossover that most fans know and remember is the short film before Digimon the movie, which we've already discussed. As a fan of both shows at the time, I never had a problem with it, but I do sort of understand its infamy, especially if you only like Digimon or you discovered Digimon the movie years after both shows were off the air. The fact that the Angela Anaconda short is baked into the Digimon movie VHS and DVD, yeah, I guess that's a bit rough. One thing I find very funny is that in the Angela Anaconda Wikipedia, there is no mention of Digimon anywhere on that page. I like the idea that Digimon fans have spent all this time roasting Angela and pretending the crossover short never happened. Meanwhile, Angela Anaconda fans have also tried to erase the short film from the history books, like they're embarrassed to have anything to do with Digimon fans. And finally, there's the divorce. Of course, I couldn't do a video about Angela Anaconda and Digimon without talking about the widespread bit of internet lore, something a lot of people have just accepted as a true thing that definitely happened. The story about how the Angela Anaconda short film apparently caused a young Digimon fan's parents to divorce. The story, with over 12,000 upvotes on Reddit and countless reposts across the internet, is ostensibly a first-hand story about a now adult millennial whose parents separated as a result of the Angela Anaconda short film. In the post, the anonymous user recalls begging his parents to go see Digimon the movie. Parents agree, everyone's looking forward to some bonding time, they decide they can afford popcorn and drinks. The kid notes that the parents look happy for once. Until the Angela Anaconda short comes on, the parents' English isn't very great, and the little boy can't understand what's happening on screen and who these weird paper people are. He begins crying and his parents pull him out of the theater. Mom and dad start blaming each other for going to the wrong film. Dad throws the popcorn, both parents are arguing. The boy is crying, they drive off in a rush, they get into a car accident in the parking lot, then dad moves out of the house 1 month later. It's quite the story, and I am here to tell you it's completely made up. Okay, I can't tell you that with 100% certainty, but I am personally fully convinced this is a fake story. Where to begin? 1. By the storyteller's own logic, the parents' relationship was rocky prior to seeing the film, and that's assuming this story is even real. We're giving too much credit to this anonymous internet post already. 2. Again, assuming the story is real, the first frame of the Angela Anaconda short film is a big close-up of Digimon the movie. I have no idea how you could see Digimon on the screen, hear the words Digimon spoken over and over, and go, I'm in the wrong theater. 3. Being in the wrong theater is literally the plot of the Angela Anaconda short film. This anonymous user didn't just make up their story, they ripped it off from Angela Anaconda, the short. 4. I've never used 4chan, but a quick scroll through the big Reddit post has people explaining that green text is used on that site to indicate when a post is meant to be taken as a joke. Googling what does green text on 4chan mean confirms this as well. So as funny as it is to tell fellow 90s and 2000s kids at hangouts and in group chats, hey, remember the Angela Anaconda short before the Digimon movie? It caused a divorce. As funny as that is, this story is not real. Maybe somewhere out there somebody else's parents saw the Digimon movie and it really did kickstart a divorce, but the infamous story everyone shares blew up because it's fun to believe and it contributes to the existing anti-Angela narrative. In conclusion, you won't find me trying to argue that the Angela Anaconda short film in front of the Digimon movie was the right move or that it was amazing, but I completely understand why it's there. From Fox Kids wanting to add length to their already cut and pasted film, them wanting to emulate Pixar and Pokemon, who had short films in front of their animated features, and wanting to use the height of Digimon's popularity to try and promote another one of Fox Kids' properties, its existence kind of makes sense. Thanks for watching. Let me know in the comments what you thought about the short film and what other weird crossovers you remember that were like this and the Power Rangers Cross Ninja Turtles episode. Have a great week, and I'll see you in the next video.
As always, it replaces Yellow Dial Fighter because girls can't have anything. But it will also replace Red Dial Fighter as the head component. And you will... Lupin Kaiser NK. Oh, it does say here. You would fold this piece down and fold these up. And it goes up there, like that. And that is Lupin Kaiser Magic. Yes, Magic. Doesn't have as much articulation as usual, but hey, what you gonna do? And it does have the other hand to make the other arm if you want to put it on in place of blue. But that is Lupin Kaiser Magic. Weird that there's not much in there to work with. Like, not much detail inside the chest piece. Might be different on the deluxe, I don't know. I'll probably go in and paint those silver just because I can. These look so loose. That's the Patkaiser Magic. Moving right along. to take a picture of it. Phone right here. Put this away, and then I immediately need them right back because I'm smart like that. Looks a lot like a submarine, doesn't it? Okay, push you off to the side. Time for Trigger Machine Splash. Widescreen mode still. Just something to play here.
The good news is that they made quite a bit of progress between day 1 and day 2. That's it. That's my intro. Hey, I'm Amanda, you're watching Small Entertainment, and today we are talking about Penhurst Paracon in Spring City, Pennsylvania. If you can't tell from my oddly amateur-style setup, that's way too early for me to say the P word on here, but still. Basically, I'm still in Pennsylvania. The event ended a couple of hours ago, and I was going to wait until I got back to Los Angeles to film this, but this hotel room makes me incredibly uncomfortable, and so I figured I might as well maximize my discomfort by also recording the sit-down portion for you here. I've stayed in some bad hotel rooms, but none have made me feel like this in a while, where I feel like I feel dirty. I don't feel good here. The bugs are everywhere. We are on the side of the road. Also, fairly certain that while I was at the event today, someone came into my room. Nothing's gone. Nothing's been moved. Nothing's touched.
Okay, so basically the same.
Or anything, but the lights were switched off. Maybe they walked in and just flipped off the lights, but I don't know. I don't trust it. So we're filming things. Hi. You guys have been asking me to do another supernatural paranormal type event since UFOCon. So I started searching horror, paranormal conventions, things like that, and Penhurst Paracon showed up. What really attracted me to this event originally was that it was actually at Penhurst Asylum here in Pennsylvania. The fact that this event was not just going to be in some hotel ballroom, and instead was actually going to be on the grounds of a allegedly / depends who you ask, proven haunted location with a lot of history behind it. That really intrigued me. Actually, you know what? For the sake of this video, I immersed myself with these people. We're going to go ahead and say these are haunted locations. I was a little confused when I was booking my ticket for this thing because the information on the website is mostly confusing, and it never got more clear. Even after I bought my ticket, nothing became more clear. There was a drastic lack of information, and that's going to be a theme throughout this entire review. Lack of communication, especially between attendees and event staff, and also event staff and event staff. I ended up getting the most expensive pass because that is what I do for you guys. I do it so you don't have to. I got Supernatural VIP. For Supernatural VIP pass, Paracon and Oddities, and then also I had to pick which day I was going to do the ghost hunt / reception / mixer with the celebrity guests. 5 p.m. was the time that I chose for Friday night. The event service fee, this is something you never hear in LA, is only $2. $2 event service fee. I'll pay that. That's fine. Make it $3. Let's go crazy. So in total, I was charged $315.95 for my weekend pass. Do I think that was worth it? We will talk more at the end. I also got in an hour early, and also I think I got 1 or 2 line skips for the meet and greets. I didn't end up using any of the meet and greet passes. Why? I need to come to the terms with the fact that I am not a meet and greet person. I don't know what it is. I've done really one meet and greet for a video. It was Playlist Live, and that was really structured, very intentional. I knew what I was doing. It was awkward as hell. Looking back at this email that I got on the 5th of May, okay, it's currently the 21st as I'm recording this. Limerick will be open for Paracon. Buried at the bottom of that email in the corner down here, it says, don't miss out on our evening with the stars. Friday, May 19th and Saturday, May 20th from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. So again, different times. And then on the actual website itself, when you go to Penhurst, it would say May 20th to 21st. Even the Supernatural VIP weekend pass, 20th to the 21st. Yeah, and then here, show access all weekend from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. From jump, there was a lack of communication. And I think that so much would have gone better if they had figured that out immediately. Now, also going into this, because we're going to talk about a lot of the complaints, we're going to talk about my feelings, but I want to make it abundantly clear. 2 things can be true at the same time. Employees can be doing their best with the circumstances that they have, and people have a right to be pissed. Both things can be true. Does that mean that the people who are pissed have the right to verbally berate employees? No. But it's understandable that people are upset when you're paying $300+ to go to an event. So I got in Friday morning. I went and had brunch with my friend who goes to school in Philadelphia. Came to my hotel, got checked in, and I fully was going to leave here and go straight to Pennhurst because I thought I got in at like 1 p.m. I can't find exactly where I got 1 p.m. from, but I absolutely thought I got in at 1 p.m. Then I was like looking around, trying to figure out more information because I knew I saw 5 p.m. Something else said the ghost hunt starts at 9 p.m. So I'm thinking, do I have to be there at 5? Do I need to be there at 9? Do I have to leave and come back at 9? What's the deal? Too many numbers, not enough clarification, not enough information. There was no schedule on the website. Why did this? Okay, I still haven't seen the schedule. Why? It's on Facebook. While I was in this hotel room after doing my usual check and filming my review of the actual hotel room because it scared the hell out of me. Either Thursday or Friday, there was a post, if it loads. Yeah, so 2 days ago. Important, tonight's event is only for Supernatural ticket VIP holders. Paracon, Oddities, and Expo daytime events begin tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. for general admission and 10 a.m. for VIPs. Attention Paracon guests, we apologize for any confusion. To clarify, tonight's Supernatural VIP celebrity reception kicks off our Paracon weekend. 519 Supernatural VIP holders are welcome to arrive at 5 p.m. for their history tour. The celebrity reception begins at 7 p.m., followed by Paranormal Investigating with the Stars, Paracon Oddities, Daytime Exhibit, etc. Goes on tomorrow. Okay? Okay. So again, that's Instagram. And I just checked that on a fluke. I was just like, maybe they posted something on Instagram. Instagram is usually my go-to when there's an issue with an event. I never once would think to check Facebook. Not once. Facebook is something that I find when I'm investigating something, and I think I hit the gold pot because, oh my god, I found this Facebook post that proves this. That's usually how I use Facebook, because I assume that no one uses Facebook anymore, because mostly people don't. Now, that is my West Coast part talking. I don't know what the deal is here in Pennsylvania, okay? Maybe that's an elitist West Coast piece of bullshit, okay? Who knows? I was under the impression that no one was using Facebook anymore, but everyone here was like, oh yeah, no, it was on Facebook. I was like, why would I check Facebook? The schedule was posted on Facebook. Why was that not emailed out to ticket holders? Friday when I got here, they had us all line up in our cars outside of Pennhurst. Apparently a bunch of people had showed up at like 1 p.m. as well, or 10 a.m., thinking that the event started on Friday because of the 519 date that was going around. I want to talk about how important I think that going to the Friday night event was for framing the rest of my trip. There was a lot of very good information they gave us, and I think that this was a brilliant way to do this, and honestly something they should prioritize for everyone coming to the event, honestly. I understand that there's money in not prioritizing it because they were able to do the history tour separately throughout the weekend and all of that, but still. Basically, we get in at 5, they get us all checked in, I got my wristband, I got my badge, and I saw that they had flashlights for sale for $5 because I forgot to pack mine, and so I got a flashlight. So we were going to go ghost hunting. And they made it very clear, hey, once you leave your car, get everything you need till 9 because you won't be able to go back to your car till 9. Broke us up into groups. There was probably like 20 or 30 of us per group. I'm not sure of the actual size, but it was a good chunk of people. And we would all go around with a different Pennhurst tour guide. This part was the historical tour of Pennhurst. And I think this was very important to start with because it recontextualizes a lot of the lore and rumors and supernatural paranormal mythos around Pennhurst. And they make it abundantly clear that Pennhurst was not an asylum. Pennhurst was an institution, a state institution that was started for, depends who you ask, good intentions, poor intentions, what have you. It got overcrowded immediately. Of the over 10,500 people that ever lived at Pennhurst before it was shut down, over half of them died there. They talked about how they weren't, violent, mentally insane, criminally insane, just some of the mythos that has gone around about Pennhurst Asylum over the years. They talked about why it was shut down, they talked about the overcrowding, they talked about the neglect that was happening, they talked about just the mistreatment, how if you tried to communicate, they would find out and they would isolate you, just different things that happened at Pennhurst while it was in operation. Very popular Ghost Adventures episode about Pennhurst. And that's how a lot of people have originally heard about Pennhurst. They actually filmed that in Quaker, I believe, the Quaker Hall. I've not seen this in years, but I believe on the episode they filmed upstairs, and they claimed that is where they housed the violent and aggressive patients. And the tour guide did something that was very smart. He said, were these people violent or aggressive, or were they unable to communicate, being neglected, being ignored by the maybe 2 staff that were assigned to them for 50 plus people that were in this room? Did they see that the only way that someone would come and check on them, help them get changed after sitting in their own mess for 2 days, plus days, whatever? Did they see that someone would come and speak to them, give them attention if they threw something at a guard? if they started screaming, if they started making threats, recontextualizing, you know, what's happening in these facilities and things like that. And they made it abundantly clear, like, listen, regardless of what you heard about this place, it's important to be respectful for the people that were here. They made it abundantly clear, like, when we're doing the ghost hunt, we don't want to hear you screaming and antagonizing the spirits that you might stumble across and things like that. So the asylum was closed for 2 to 3 decades before it was bought by 3 investors. And they bought it and opened it as a haunted attraction. They bought it and opened it as Penhurst Asylum, and they put a haunted house into the administration building, the main building of Penhurst. And there was protesters because obviously people grew up around Penhurst and know exactly what happens there. They know about the lawsuits that went in. They know about why it was shut down. Though they condemned the original, yes, this place is haunted, that type of thing, especially the original reopening with the horrible things that were in the haunted house and the administration, all of that, said, you know, without that, this place probably would have just crumbled over time, and it wouldn't have been able to raise the money that when other people came in and bought it from them, they wouldn't have been able to, you know, start doing historical tours, start replacing the roofs, start working on making these buildings safe to go into. I believe they called it the current only museum for disability on campus is in there, and so I was able to walk through that, which was very interesting and, yes, horrific, and I want to make that abundantly clear, but, you know, it's something where you don't really think about, you know, this is a dark part of history. I don't think there's anything wrong with not hiding it, you know, there's the reality to it there. And the thing that was crazy about this whole weekend is that there were people at Paracon who had been patients or, you know, stayed and lived at Penhurst while it was still in operation. And they would talk to us. Some people had different experiences. So the woman in the hat used to live here.
Margaret left and he got here in 1953. 56 and left in 72. Margaret liked it here. It was a very nice place for you.
I believe Margaret said that she came when she was about 7 and left a few years later. And she actually spoke about how much she loved Penhurst. She talked about the games they would play, what a great place this was for her to live. And something that I thought was very telling about her experience was she said they always talk about the boys, they never talk about the girls.
I never saw any of these people get abused. I think it's really a shame how they talk about it. But I also thank you all for coming up to Penhurst. It made me feel really good. I'm not embarrassed and I'm not ashamed.
But that's crazy, you know, when you think about history and how history sometimes in our minds is so distant when really it's not. That was about 90 minutes, went through a good chunk of the facility that is still currently open. There's still a lot of the facility that is overgrown with brush, not currently safe to go into because of decay. They explained that they had knocked down a few buildings because the decay was just so bad that they had no choice but to. We went into assembly. The assembly is basically like the theater room, essentially, like a theater.
There's a sticker on the old version. Hang on. Very fortunate I had that with me. Okay, I did miss a sticker on that old one. Good thing I had that kept on the sheet here. Okay. Let's put the insignia on you.
And they were like, oh yeah, the original stage, original curtains, all of that. That is where we had the VIP celeb reception, and they had food for us and drinks. Tables all set up, the stage with a couple of panels that they were going to do, and then the celebs were just kind of coming in and milling in. This was interesting for a variety of reasons. So the issue with this is that obviously when you're having people celebrities, meaning when there's also panels going on, no one can hear anything. At a certain point, they stepped in and said, hey guys, we got to do the panels right now, let's be respectful. Or, hey, let's keep the celebrities out front or something. I don't know, your panel is at this time, you come in first, and then you can go and chat with people and take photos outside. We still had light at this time, towards the end we didn't. We still had a good amount of light. There was this really funny moment during, gosh, I forget which panel it was, but a bat came through, started flying around, especially because one of the other the ghost hunters, they talked about how they hate bats, all this stuff, so that was funny to see it come in, because there's no windows in this spot, it's just open. It was very cool. The assembly, they were like, yeah, we're so lucky that we got to the assembly, we weren't sure if we were going to be able to have access to it, and so that was pretty cool to be in that space. Then we got to go do our ghost hunt, so they led us back to the front where we had been checked in, and they said, okay, you know, have at it. The people that I met here. First off, if I did not tell anyone that I was not, you know, a ghost hunter or anything like that, no one would have noticed. Everyone was so nice, so open, so accepting. Once the hunts got underway, you know, some personalities came out, you know, at the end of the day. Ghost hunting is a very personalized method of gathering evidence. Everyone has their own way of doing things. Personalities came out, nothing aggressive, but I could sense the annoyance from a lot of people. But for the most part, in regards to myself, when people would be like, are you an investigator? Are you out here? Are you local? Whatever the places have you investigated? And I would explain, oh no, I'm a YouTuber, I'm here to review Paracon. But I would love to observe, basically, is where I was going. And they were like, oh my god, yes, you have a camera? Another angle, yay, come along with us, you know. There are times where I go into spaces and I very much feel like an outsider, and there are times like this where they were like, and everyone was very excited to explain their equipment to me, the things that they had caught, everyone has evidence they want to show, and things like that, so that was very cool. I believe it was Devon, Quaker, Limerick Basement, Mayflower creeped me the fuck out. Fuck Mayflower. No offense, not fuck Mayflower, but like you get my point. The infirmary, the tunnels, the Rockwell tunnels. We got to go in those. And so the way that they did it is that we basically had free reign. There were employees kind of stationed at the entrances so they would know if we came in, if we came out. Some of them had gear that we could borrow and check out. I just was walking around with my camera and my little flashlight for the most part. And then celebrities were kind of milling around or setting up in certain spots and doing their own session. The most frustration that I sensed from hunters this night was actually from the celebrity guests. And I understand that a lot of them were filming while they were doing this. Not all of them, but some of them. Or this is the first time in a while that they've been able to meet up and collab. At the end of the day, these events for the celebrities, they're all just creator meetups. That's all this is, okay? I get it, except these people are also on a different level. So these are like a different type of reality television celebrity. It's honestly fascinating to see the similarities but also differences, because I don't know, it's just it's so fun. Maybe I do need to go get that cultural anthropology degree so I can finally write these papers. I have so much footage from this because I got very excited just going through all the rooms by myself. I wasn't even necessarily, let's say, looking for evidence of ghosts, but I've always been interested in urban exploration, and as someone who travels alone a lot, I'm scared of getting murdered and left in the woods, okay? I don't think that's out of line for me to have that opinion. I don't really get to go do an urban exploration because also I'm a legal adult. I will go to jail. I will be arrested for trespassing. Though I do think a mugshot would do impeccable things for my career. I would sell a merch of that in a heartbeat. I do try to avoid being arrested to avoid giving my dad even more anxiety about what I do with my life. To be able to just go and explore all these buildings and kind of have free reign, yes, there's a bunch of other people, so there is that kind of like subconscious safety element where you hear voices downstairs, you know, okay, I'm not alone in this building, which is very nice. But it was just very fun to be able to wander around and document these spaces, and just, it was so cool to just, I'm like clearing rooms by myself, left, right, and center. I was having a lot of fun, but I have a lot of footage, so Patreon is going to get a whole separate B-roll footage of just the ghost hunt footage from that night, because it's so much. And then there's also going to be the event B-roll, because I filmed a lot. They had something that I thought was very good as well, which they had golf carts running pretty much throughout the entire event, actually, not just this night. The grounds are massive, and for the most part, we're just kind of walking around everywhere. But to go from, say, the infirmary or the tunnels to Quaker and things like that, multiple golf carts running around each time, so that was very nice. So there was a couple of times where they were like, we're going here, do you want to come with us? And I would just hop on a golf cart with a couple of people. So that's how I found the tunnels. I never would have found the tunnels otherwise. Interesting to see a place where there's a lot of history and there's a lot of, you know, sadness and, you know, things going on in there, but also just like It's crazy to see, like, hangout spot found 2007. Graffiti from kids that just found a cool spot to hang out, or, you know, graffiti from people who are trying to make you think that they're doing human sacrifices there, you know? So it's just the explorer in me. I was having a lot of fun exploring this place, especially at night. From 9 to 1 a.m. we were able to have basically free reign. I left a little before 1. And so, yeah, honestly, I think that makes the ticket price worth it alone. Even if you don't do Paracon itself, that hunt was very fun. And sure, the group environment, kind of touch and go. As someone like me who's very curious and wants to see how different people approach different things, it was interesting to see how different people did different, like, actual full-scale investigations in different spots. There was an investigation in the infirmary that I basically kind of became a part of. There was a ghost that may or may not have been throwing rocks at us. Just saying. And I got it on camera one time, and I'll admit, you know,
You did that? Did you do that? I thought I saw your hand move. Huh? Brian.
No, he's got both hands on camera.
You sure?
I think I got that. Do I believe in ghosts? I believe that there are things that it can explain, and there are things that I've experienced that I can't fully explain, that I can't justify away. But I also think that a healthy dose of skepticism is important in life. A lot of the evidence that I saw from previous investigations just look like dust particles, okay? I don't know how real orbs are. The orbs are where you can't tell me. I'm sorry. I got a lot of evidence of orbs. The feeling I got in Mayflower, the entire time, even yesterday and today, I went up there again. I started filming more again today because I was like, it was really cool as well to see these spaces at night and also see them during the daytime, all lit up, and see what looks scary with your flashlight looks completely different with sunlight beaming through it. And that was just really cool to see that contrast and have that comparison for myself. I'm such a goober about this. I was having so much fun. And obviously with the ghost hunt, we got access to way more spaces. Like, for example, the Devon basement where Candyland is and all of that. We did not get access to that during the day, same with the second floor. Anyways, if you want to see my awkward ghost hunt investigation footage, you should subscribe to my Patreon. Day 1, Supernatural VIP. I was supposed to get in at 10. That was part of what I paid for, was access earlier. And then same with VIP was supposed to get in at 10. General admission was supposed to get you in at 11. So I got a little bit of a late start. It was a late night. I was still adjusting to the time change for myself. It's 3 hours ahead here from LA. Got there right around 10. Parked, no big deal. They had parked us in a different spot than last time. And then the line started. I want to make it abundantly clear they fixed it for today, for the most part, from what I could see. But starting with a line where everyone is in the same line, and then it breaks off, never works. People get pissed off, and without fail, you have general admission people getting in before paid VIP, and people are going to be pissed. Quite a few people who had 11 o'clock tours, who were Supernatural VIP or VIP, and did not get in until after 11, and then you have people who are now demanding refunds because they missed their tour time. Just something to think about at the end of the day. And I also want to make the clarification as well, because a lot of people were telling me that the last event the Paracon had was actually 2019. It was much smaller as well. I have a hard time with that when I hear it for events, because you've also made more money. You know what I'm saying? It's more people. Yeah, they paid more money. You got $300 from me. I would like to get in at 10. Like, honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I'd gone Friday and gotten my badge then, and someone started walking the line and said, hey, if you already have your badge, come on this way, I wouldn't have gotten in before probably noon. Basically what was causing the holdup was bag checks and security, which is good. You should be having people go through security. That's good. Great. No cutting quarters. Perfect. Love it. We left security. Except when I got up there and there was a whole metal detector that you guys weren't utilizing, because it seems like that was meant for VIP or something. Like, that was supposed to be a separate line for something. And so I was able to walk right through that, no problem. But, like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it was being utilized right. And then you have people rushing and getting all pissed off and standing in line and yada yada yada. And it was raining, so that never helped things. Everyone's always going to be mad because it's raining. Finally get inside. A bunch of people were still setting up because apparently a bunch of vendors were also having issues with getting inside and getting all set up. So the courtyard of Philadelphia, Quaker, and Mayflower is mainly where the main oddities booth was. It's the big black tent, and also in that big black tent is where the panels were during the actual days. Now again, this schedule was only online. Facebook. Some of the meet and greet booths were under another tent right in front of Quaker, and this is originally where Destination Fear, Corey was, another group of people that I didn't know, and then the Mountain Monster guys. Side note, the Mountain Monster guys, incredible vibes. Out of everyone of the celebrity guests, they were, one, always incredibly excited, And also, they were the only ones I would say that were actually wandering around pretty much the entire event individually. They weren't like walking around in a group. They were like all wandering around by themselves, stopping for photos, whatever, getting all hooting and hollering. It was great. And I'm saying hooting and hollering, I mean it. They were shouting constantly. If someone comes up and take a photo, they start shouting at each other. Very fun. Very exciting. Project Fear were definitely the most popular people there this trip. I gotta say that. I thought it was going to be the ghost hunter people. No. I'm not up to date on the current state of paranormal television. I'm just not. My understanding, because there was a panel, Destination Fear was a show on the Travel Channel that had 4 seasons. 4 people on it, and their whole shtick is that one of the group picks a destination, none of the others know until they're there. And that's their whole thing. They do ghost investigations, they make each other sleep in separate buildings and stuff. The thing is that they were canceled by the Travel Channel, start something else on a new name that was still a paranormal show. They created Project Fear, which is now, because of a Kickstarter, going to be moving on to YouTube in another month or so. But they were definitely the most popular people. So they were originally under the tent right next to Corey, but they had to move them because their line was so long it was causing, one, issues for the other people that were under the tent, and also it was wrapping down into the oddities booth, which was going to eventually prevent people from being able to get into certain booths for the oddities fair. So they moved them into the walkway in front of Mayflower and wrapped the walkway with people. When I tell you, these people did not sit down once. I don't know if they even got a lunch break yesterday or today. They showed up at around 11:30 today, and they were still going by the time I left at 5. As far as the groups of people that I recognized here, it was a lot of older couples, groups, all older. And when I'm saying older, I mean probably 30s and older, okay, is like what I'm referring to as older. That's not older. When I'm saying adults, I'm referencing like 30 and older. 30 and older, but mostly a lot of people in their 50s, 60s, 70s, older. A lot of couples. I think the group that I investigated with in the infirmary, I think that was 2 couples that was investigating together. I think they were all in their 40s, honestly. And then a lot of families. I was talking with one woman yesterday at lunch. She was like, yeah, every October that's our family vacation. We do 2 weeks of ghost hunting. We pick a location, and that's our whole trip. And I don't know, it was a lot of people like that who, like, this is like their family hobby is going ghost hunting together. And I just thought that was very sweet. And, like, it was interesting to see the dynamics of, like, families getting along in this context like this that love trying to find evidence of the paranormal, and I thought that was like really cool, because I thought about the concept of me ghost hunting with my dad and my brother, and I think I would murder them. I think that they would become ghosts. A lot of women who came alone, actually, older women who came alone, who were also like excited to like do investigations and things like that. But as far as Project Fear goes, it was a lot of the younger people, so like people's kids and like adult children that were there and things like that. There were like young couples and things like that, but there wasn't a lot of people who were like me coming alone, and then a lot of people who were like, oh yeah, no, my children are obsessed with them, but I don't know who they are, but they got online to get photos for their kids and things like that. Same with Corey, I was hearing that quite a bit. A bunch of other vendors in the Devon Hall. The issue with the Devon Hall is that it was, once you left the Oddities building, if you didn't know that the Devon Hall was open, you would not go up there. There was nothing else over there that would lead you over there. They had some signs that said, like Jack Osborne, vendors, more, I think. But they weren't propped up. They were laid down, like, against the railings. They had a bunch of vendors in there. I think I got enough footage of all of them, but I'm not entirely certain. Because when I say there was, like, nooks and crannies that you would, like, weave through in and out to get to these rooms, and vendors were, some of them were getting really pissed. Because they were like, is it busy? Like, there's no one that's coming in here. And at the start of the day, I got to explain to them, like, oh no, there's just a lot of people still in line. Like, there's a lot of people not in here yet. When it was just Quaker and Mayflower that were open to the public, yeah, everything else was guided tours and things like that. And they had different mini ghost hunts going on where you would get an hour with equipment and a guide and all this stuff, which was good. A good deal of the vendors that I spoke to, they were like, oh, what are you thinking about the event so far? And I was like, I think communication needs a lot of work. Oh yeah, food. So our cars were far, and it's not like we can walk to a 7-Eleven from Penhurst. So the food source was a tent with a barbecue. There was hamburgers and hot dogs, chips, brownies, cookies, sodas, waters, iced teas. I think that's it. I have a photo. I waited in line for 50 minutes for a hot dog, and I know for a fact that one of the women that was working the grill and running things was the owner's mother, because she told us the night before when she was doing the food for the reception. I was like, how hard is it to get food trucks out here? Because I'm thinking, like, it's a logistical thing. Like, there's the hills, but they had cars coming in. Surely food trucks could make it. And then today I did get confirmation that apparently there was 1 or 2 food trucks that had been booked, and they backed out. So there were supposed to be food trucks there. Now, Penhurst, people, if you're listening, if you haven't turned it off and said go fuck yourself and blocked me and banned me from all future events already, totally understandable if you have, but I would recommend, because I'm assuming you had vendors pay to have booths there, I would have the food trucks do a little bit of a deposit to be able to get access to this many people. There was a ton of people at this event, and I heard that there's going to be more people next year if you guys do this again next year. If this didn't put a horrible taste in my mouth, I think you made a ton of money this situation. So I hope that this was at least a net gain for you guys. I know a lot of employees are exhausted and over it. Do this in the future again. I don't think asking for a small deposit, to hold their spot is out of line for food trucks, and they would have made bank there because you guys were charging $10 for hamburgers and then $4 for hot dogs. I got a hot dog, a brownie, and 2 Diet Cokes for the same price as a burger. I don't think we can blame inflation on this one. I did try and stay last night for the Supernatural VIP tour, because though we only got it for one night, I realized, how are they going to verify whether or not I came last night or tonight? How are they going to check? And so I was like, also I want to see how they try and verify this, so I decided I was going to stick around. And then I was like, what if one of the employees recognizes me from last night? Because I was talking to quite a bit of them that night. And so I walked up and I was like, hey, how full are you guys tonight for Supernatural VIP? I did do it last night. I would like to partake tonight. If I can, I would love to. And the employee I spoke to, she said, we would love to have you again. The thing is that we are at capacity and people complained. So we're actually over capacity because we had to add a bunch of people. So as much as we would love for you to stay, we would prefer that you didn't. And I was like, totally understandable. Figured I asked, and I left. Is this video going to be like 17 hours long? I don't know. There's a lot to talk about. So today I got there early. I got there probably at like 9:10, 9:15 actually, with my little Starbucks. And this time they parked us and then said, please stay with your cars. Anytime someone tried to go join one of their other groups or something like that, they said, please wait by your cars. And then they said at 9:30, if you have VIP or Supernatural VIP, you can follow me over to the porta potties. Everyone else, stay by your car until 10:45. Now, obviously, I was there super early. I was one of the first people inside today, so I don't know if they were able to maintain that the rest of the ticket section, but that is a super easy way to do this. And then once we got in line, they made it very clear, you already have your tickets, you have your lanyards, you go through security, you skip the ticket booth, go right on in. So instead of going down into the grass area where the courtyard is and the oddities set up and the big black tent, you had to walk all the way down the walkway to either go into Devon or make the left and go past Quaker into the backside of the oddities building to Mayflower and all this stuff, which I think was probably the best way to do that, and they kept that pretty closed the entire time. They had someone standing there like, hey, this is just the exit, and honestly I think it helped the flow of traffic as well, much better, but it made more people come through today. So changed it so that you had to kind of weave through all of the different vendors in Devon versus walking straight down the hall and skipping rooms. You had no choice but to go around and go through the vendors and look around. Something I did today that was a little bit of a shenanigan. It's going to get its own Swell Shenanigans podcast episode, but it was very enlightening, and I do want to talk about it, which is why it's getting its own episode on Swell Shenanigans. I tried to go and get a tarot reading or a reading from every psychic/medium that was there. I got quite a few. That's what I did quite a bit today, was spent a lot of money on mediums and card readings and palm readings and a cleansing. I got cleansed. The day went by much quicker today. I think because I was doing all the palm readings and that takes up a bit of time. I actually did some buying today of a few things that I liked yesterday. However, this trip, obviously, because I have to fly back to LA, I only have a carry-on. It's how I travel. I only have so much room. I think they were the ghost store or the ghost hunt store. I bought an EMF reader. And I bought this one because it was $34.99. It was cheaper than the other ones. The other ones were pushing $70. And also this one has the full light up. It's got the full sensor bars. As far as my experiences that I had this trip, the only time that I truly felt watched, uncomfortable, my chest was tight, all of this was in Mayflower. Both Friday night, yesterday,
stuff going on there.
And today. Specifically the third floor. The basement, it's fine. The third floor, though, makes me incredibly uncomfortable. I believe that's where some of the dorms were, but apparently a bunch of people were having a lot of bad feelings and bad energies in Mayflower. Even during the daytime, I hate it in here. I feel so uncomfortable. Way more people, way better lit. It's so much. I hate this. Here's our friend. in. So what I neglected to mention is that the Museum of Disability and the Museum for Penhurst is all actually on the first floor of Mayflower. I guess it really comes down to whether or not you believe that items hold more energy than, say, places. I don't know what the deal was, but that was the only place where I genuinely was like, I can't be up here for too long. I'm gonna have a panic attack. I just felt watched. I kept getting crazy EMF reads today. It was just a very uncomfortable feeling.
Okay,
that was probably the only spot where, even though Friday night, there were other people on the same floor as me, I was very uncomfortable clearing the rooms.
Right,
I'm sure you'll hear me whispering like, I don't like this booking at all. My chest feels really tight. I don't like this. Like, it was so uncomfortable. It just was not a good feeling. I felt watched. I felt, thinking about it now, my hands are getting tight. I don't like it at all. Our guide Friday was talking about, like, where he had experiences that he felt uncomfortable, and he explained that the basement of Devon, not Candyland, which is the place that a lot of people have experiences, and it's like a playroom, essentially, they call it Candyland. There's a lot of toys down there, there's a child's bed down there, things like that.
But let us take a look at how it works. So again, it is a retool of Trigger Machine Crane. Replaces his drill with a new headpiece, so that's neat. But you can see the obvious similarities. I did notice the CAD pieces are re-sculpted. The rear section is not. The boom is re-sculpted. So everything that's in red, well, I guess not the back part here. Everything on the front half and the little insert is resculpted. The booms have obviously resculpted. The rear section seems to be the same sculpt as Crane. All the black is the same sculpt. Bottom's the same sculpt, obviously. Yeah. So here's how it would work. Obviously, it can do that. This should just kind of just stay in there. It doesn't attach very well. It just kind of sits in there. That's a little annoying, disappointing. But it would come out. Obviously, this booms. You get a little bit up and down the nozzle there. Trigger Machine Sango and Trigger Machine Ichigo will come off. So you can also, it's mainly used by the police, by the thieves, but fuck it. So that makes the arm. And then this makes a head. This will fold down. Head out. That makes the face. And these would make the chest piece. And that is Patkaiser Splash, a form that was never actually seen in the series. They have used it a single time. I might have used Splash Magic once, I don't know. And then you can take the head off. The head and the face off. Or the helmet piece, rather. And bring it forward. Because there is a second mount. Oh, it raises it up, okay. Okay, so there's a higher mount for it, is what there is. And of course you can also do Splash Crane if you want. 100% possible. No rules against it. You could also do Splash Biker if you wanted. Or any other combination. I think Splash Crane was a fake formation used in in the Illusion episode of where they created an illusion of a bunch of Lupin Kaisers rather, So they made Lupin Kaiser Splash Crane, but it's very much meant for the police. Even though it didn't end up getting used by them, just because Bandai changed all the toys to be for the Lupin Rangers because they were much more popular. So I will photograph this. Okay. These were metallic green, right? Yes. Not blue. Do that real quick. Okay, and what's supposed to happen normally is, of course, Lupin Kaiser will come out with both Splash and Magic to make Lupin Kaiser Splash Magic, just because, like I said, they get all the cool shit. It's bullshit, but here is the most frequently used formation. And here is Lupin Kaiser Splash Magic. Like, this is what they must wind up using a lot. Not a fan myself, so let me just take that back. And I'm going to take this moment to take a quick break before I come back and finish this up with, well, both things that are remaining. So I'll be right back. Have a great, well, not have a great night, because I'm just going to be right back. I'll be right back to finish up. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Life happens sometimes. Okay. So that is Trigger Machine Splash out of the way. Do I want to combine it? Let's do a group photo. All of my Trigger Machines. Three, two, and one. And also all the dial fighters on the other side. There's blue, yellow, red. Magic. Only on one side. Interesting. That's a first. Red, blue, yellow. Cyclone. Anyway, continue with this video.
A bunch of the celebrity were doing an EMF EVP session down there Friday night. I filmed a little bit of that. He was like, not over there, but on the other side, there's so much decay of the building that it feels very Silent Hill. It feels like the apartment buildings in Silent Hill. And immediately I was like, I have to go there. So I was walking through there, no problem, not having any issues. And I was like, okay, like if this isn't causing me any issues, like maybe I'm just too excited about the fact that I'm urban exploring right now. Under supervision, but still, you know, like the most goody two-shoes way to urban explore. Pay money. But yeah, Mayflower was the only building that I was severely uncomfortable in. Even the upfloor of Quaker, like I was not uncomfortable at all, which is where a lot of people have a lot of experiences in. And then today I did pay $22 to do the mini ghost hunt of the maintenance sublevel because they just recently cleared that up and recently opened it up, so we were one of the first groups to go in there. And there was literally nothing in there. Not a vibe. It was cold, but also, you know, it's like, is it the spirits or is the stone just sucking any heat from the air? There's a reason that there are people who make no ice freezers in the dirt. For all of its faults, I had a very good time here, and I want to make that abundantly clear. And there's certain things that, like, could just be tweaked. Communication, I don't think that's wrong to ask for. What is wrong with, hey, here's the lineup, we're going to email it to you. Here's the map, here's everything you need to know before Paracon 2023. The email of everything in one. Not just advertisements for upcoming events or more ghost tours or anything like that. Just everything in one. And don't bury it in the email. One straight, here's information for Paracon email. You have our information, you should be able to do that, and I just think that's important. It'll be interesting to see next year if there's any more buildings opened up, things like that. I really hope you guys are really active with sharing the progress of, you know, opening up more buildings and things like that. I think that would be a really good thing as well for people who were frustrated with this event, who left frustrated. There was a woman who, like, lives in the area who was livid yesterday. Like, she left early Friday, left early yesterday. I didn't even see her today, so I don't even think she came. She was just disappointed about a lot of things. Every time she would see me, she would just start shaking her head, and she'd have more things to tell me about. I was like, okay, thank you. But also, like, oh. And I have to be clear here. I have to share my bias. I think that if I hadn't done Friday night, I probably would have been way more hostile and way more aggressive with this review. But going Friday night and speaking with a lot of the employees and stuff and doing that historical tour, you see how much of these people care about this place and how they're all just trying to, you know, bring awareness to the reality of what happened here and things like that. I think that's important, but a lot of people don't have that perspective, and so I don't blame them for being mad. Also, it's a lot of money. Forget me flying out here, sharing, you know, how some of the money earned from this event, you know, went into, you know, new restoration projects or new projects with opening up Penhurst even further in different buildings and halls, things like that. Like, hey guys, we were able to get a new roof for this building, you know, things like that. I think that is a great way to get more people excited about the preservation aspect of Penhurst, because that's something that I was really interested in, and I wanted to ask more questions about it. I just didn't get the chance to. I mean, the price with the ghost hunt, I think, makes up for a lot of things. That was really fun that night. And then even during the daytime, even if you don't want to pay for it, like, there were accesses that we got free reign of during Friday that we did not get access to without a paid tour today or yesterday. So I think that kind of makes up for the cost of things. I met a lot of really great people, a lot of attendees, panels. Yeah, you know, I think having even the oddities booth in the same tent as the panels booth, I think, is a mistake, because there was quite a few bit of tables under the big black tent where there was also the main panels, and that led to a lot of issues, I think, with sound. It was not uncommon to be speaking to someone at a booth and then not being able to hear them because there were people asking questions to the mic. There was a lot of feedback issues and things like that. So I think moving a tent into that big black open space, I get some people need power for things, but I mean, extension cords exist, generators exist. You guys had generators. You had quite a few generators on site, so obviously there is an ability to do that. And then letting people know, like, hey, do you need power for your booth? No? Cool. Here's where you'll be. You know, that type of thing. You have more people spread out, and people are seeing more of the grounds. I get there's certain limitations, but hopefully by next year more things are opened up, and it's a safer space for people to be able to wander around a bit more. I just think communication is such a big deal for me with these events. This was a very cool experience, and I want to make that abundantly clear. And though there were people who were like, this isn't what I wanted, They still had elements that they liked. There were people who flat out hated it, and I think that's okay as well. If you want to see more B-roll that didn't make it into this video, Patreon's going to have the uncut for both the ghost hunt and the events themselves. Swell Shenanigans is going to get a solo Swell episode of me talking about my experience getting several readings done in one day. Really going to be it. Have you ever heard of Paracon? Have you ever been to Penhurst? Have you been to any other paranormal conventions? Are there any that you are familiar with or have heard of that you would like me to check out? Please remember to give me at least 2 weeks notice, especially if I have to leave the state. Thank you. You guys always tell me the day before. I am not made of money. Have you ever stayed in a creepy hotel room? Let me know. Comment down below. Reminder, I have a podcast, the Small Shenanigans podcast. Reminder, I have merch. I'm sure there will be something here for this video. The vibes are spooky. I don't know. Something fun. Something ghost related. I might as well. Shout out to my patrons. Thank you so much for supporting my Patreon. You can also support my Patreon. The list down below. Thanks for following me on social media. That'll be all up here. That's going to be. Have a lovely day. Goodbye. Part of me still thinks I should clickbait that I was possessed or that a ghost grabbed me or something. Thank you, Andrew, Allen, Awful, BJ, Cameron, Christopher, Chris, Crispy, Crash, China, Dirty One, Don, Elliot, Donnie, Evan, Eric, Eal, Hopeless, Homer, Incognito, Isaiah, Joe, John M, Jordan, Joseph, Kenny, Justin, Tim, Kristen, Lamb, Lexley's, Louise, Mae West, Madeline, Matt, Matthew, Meme Lord, Michael, Michael J, Michael T, Micah, Nathaniel, Pat, Penn, Philip, Richard, Rob, Rosie, Red, Robert, Ross, Ryan, Sam, Serena, Skylar, Simon, Tosh, Timothy, Heaven, Plastic, Tyler, Tenzin, Tom, Thomas, Qwerty, Victor, Wendy, Will, William, Zendry's Wink.
It's going to need more coats, but it's a good start. Face to face to face.
Just a mile and a half from the shores of downtown Miami, and perched along a small channel on Virginia Key, sits a beautiful piece of modernist architecture from a long, distant era. Since the early 1990s, this 6,500-seat Marine Stadium has sat abandoned and left to the harsh South Florida elements. Over the decades of sitting abandoned, it grew to become not only a notable abandoned structure covered in graffiti, but a historic one with a large movement to save the structure. But why did the stadium close in the first place? And how is it sat abandoned like this, surrounded by some of the most valuable real estate in Florida? What's up, guys? My name is Jake, and in this 79th episode of Abandoned, let's take a look at the story of the Miami Marine Stadium. It was the early 1960s, and the city of Miami was trying to figure out what to do with the land that had recently been donated. It was on the south end of Virginia Key, and this was at a time when Miami was keen on building out infrastructure that would allow them to become the world's capital for boat racing, a very popular sport in the area at the time. To achieve this, the city would build out a U-shaped cove just off the Miami South Channel, and a large paved area capable of holding 4,000 vehicles, temporary grandstands, restaurants, boat slips, and a massive permanent grandstand facility, able to seat over 6,500 people. This idea was very novel at the time, building out a purpose-built boat racing facility with a permanent viewing area and a somewhat controlled custom basin, all just a stone throws away from downtown. Really, this idea is pretty novel now. In fact, this would be the first in the whole country. So, a study was submitted to the city, and once approved, construction began. Around $2 million was spent on the entire facility, close to $20 million today. What really stood out for this project, though, was the stadium itself. Designed by 28-year-old Hilario Candela, a Cuban immigrant, the structure was a beautiful example of modernist architecture of the time. With a speedy construction, on December 27, 1963, the stadium was dedicated to a famous boat driver and opened as the Ralph Middleton Monroe Miami Marine Stadium, simply known as the Miami Marine Stadium. The innovative structure was built on piers, jetting around half of the concrete grandstand out onto the water. With its flowing roof design and striking beams stretching the entire elevation, it was a proper tourist landmark for the city. It helped that the views of downtown Miami were abundant, as spectators would not only gain a perfect view of the performances out on the water, but also a spectacular view of the Miami cityscape. With the facility now open, events began to be scheduled several times a week. The motorboat races made front-page news, and throughout the next few years, several highly publicized powerboat races would take place here, from the unlimited hydroplanes to an additional 16 boat classes. The sheer speed and the risk these drivers were putting themselves through was a dazzling spectacle tourists and locals just couldn't resist coming out to. But the Miami Marine Stadium was also a stadium, able to fit a decent number of people in a picturesque outdoor venue. So why not turn it into something like the Hollywood Bowl, but in Florida? Well, in 1965, the city crafted a barge that would act as a stage for live performances. Through the late 1960s, notable legends like The Who and Aretha Franklin performed at the stadium. In 1972, Richard Nixon took the stage for his presidential campaign, along with Sammy Davis Jr., who famously hugged him during the event. The stadium was also immortalized on the silver screen, with Elvis Presley's 1967 film Clambake hosting a climactic boat race in the cove. Artists like Queen, America, Ray Charles, Journey, and so many more performed here through the 1970s. The facility was a spectacular and now iconic landmark for the city, hosting some of the most iconic live performances in all of Florida. But the tide was beginning to turn. Despite large performances like Jimmy Buffett in the early 1980s, the frequency of new concerts were in decline. But that wasn't the main issue here, since the facility was purpose-built for boat racing. However, races were also becoming more infrequent. In fact, the sport of high-speed boat racing as a whole was on the decline. The reality was that boat racing is just very dangerous. Several drivers had already been killed while racing at the Marine Stadium, and the number of spectators they drew became less and less. By the mid-1980s, the events only brought out those who were enthusiasts of the sport, rather than the general public. It also didn't help that a new stadium that could fit 75,000 people opened up in 1987. While the newly opened Joe Robbie Stadium was quite the distance away from downtown Miami, it became the logical choice to move headliner performances there. The Marine Stadium took a hit from this, and the same year saw the last major boat race to take place in the Cove. Only a few additional performances were held there through the early 1990s, notably from Tony Bennett and Ray Charles. But then came an event that was very much unplanned. In 1992, Hurricane Andrew tore through South Florida, causing unimaginable damage. The concrete structure of the Marine Stadium seemed to have held up quite well, but upon further inspection from city engineers, the structure was deemed to be unsafe for human occupation. This was the final blow for the city. Strapped for cash due to the immense damage from the hurricane, they had little interest in making the necessary repairs to reopen a stadium already in financial decline. So the property began to sit unused and completely abandoned. Years had passed with no intervention, and with the city doing nothing to secure the building, the public began finding their way in. The vast concrete walls became a canvas for many, tagging almost every surface of the stadium, some with their name, others with genuine works of art. The structure became known for its graffiti and sort of an underground abandoned spot to easily visit and explore. To the outside world, especially those who remembered the stadium when it was open, they had all thought it was abandoned by everyone involved. But that wasn't entirely the case, as there were a few who cared about preserving it. In fact, in the early 2000s, a reassessment was done on the structure, and it turns out the stadium was in sound condition. This sparked new interest in preserving the building and protecting it from further decay, or even demolition in general. To make matters even more desperate though, in mid-2007, the city unveiled their master plan for Virginia Key, with new development spanning the entire island, and the Marine Stadium missing from it. There was swift and clear opposition to this plan, and in 2008, an organization was formed called Friends of Miami Marine Stadium, a non-profit with the sole purpose to save the structure. The organization was led by a few local members who saw value in the cultural significance of the structure, with one of the founding members none other than Hilario Candela, the original architect. Others also agreed with their purpose, with the National Trust for Historical Preservation placing it as one of the most endangered historic places in America. By now, the city got the message, and in 2010, they unveiled their new master plan, which had now included the stadium. The plan was ultimately approved with funding set aside for restoration, but progress on this would only crawl along. Meanwhile, the stadium was continuing to be a safe haven for graffiti artists, as well as an intact, abandoned relic from the 1960s, painted over in an ever-evolving art display. The area around the facility was put to use, though, hosting some large events and even the Miami Boat Show on several occasions. During this time, the organization was desperately trying to find funding. Public money just wasn't materializing, so they had to turn to private donors to fund critical site surveys. By 2016, the most promising update was announced, when the city had finally locked down a plan and a timeline for restoration, approving the spending of $45 million in the form of revenue bonds. Revenue bonds are essentially just loans taken out from private investors that would be expected to be paid back in full by the income the project would generate, and in this case, the city would be hedging their bets that the Miami Marine Stadium would be a worthwhile public investment. By 2017, things were moving rather smoothly, as an architect was brought on and concept art was crafted on what this renovation would look like. But since this was a city project, a bunch of formalities and decisions needed to be made by councils. For instance, in 2018, the city held an RFP, a request for proposals, similar to what I looked into with my documentary Close for Storm. In this case, though, the city was seeking out the right operator for the venue. All of this ate up a bunch of time, but the city was publicly showing that they were ready to move forward, announcing an opening date of August 2019. Those who were advocating the preservation of the structure were also very excited when the National Registry of Historic Places added it that year. But there were also some speed bumps. The city canceled negotiations with a potential operator twice, and as August 2019 came and went, nothing significant at the stadium had been done. Though security was now on site, meaning the graffiti haven it once was had now been sealed off and locked in place. On the public side of things, the messaging was that construction was apparently about to begin any day. But it wasn't that easy, as they found they needed to complete brand new studies on the pilings to ensure their engineering data was accurate. So that began. By now, though, those revenue bonds, the primary source of money to restore the facility, had expired. This was in late 2021, and the city decided to defer renewing them to May of the next year. But May came and went, and the city decided to defer renewals indefinitely. So, while it seemed like the project was dead in the water once again, it actually wasn't. Sort of. See, the nonprofit organization still had money from various grants over the years, and put them to use by getting to work in September 2022, replacing some of the pilings and reinforcing others. But this infrastructure work to the facility would eat up nearly all of the grants and donations they had. They would need millions, likely tens of millions more to get the property anywhere near what the concepts called for. So that brings us to now. It's been a long road of false starts and red tape. It's been over 31 years since the closure of the stadium, and 15 years since the organization was formed to save it. It's gotta be pretty painful to see so much promise, so much money come through the door, only for it to literally expire because the paperwork took so long. But some work is being completed, critical infrastructure that should literally set the foundation for a much larger restoration. And I think there's a lot of people eagerly awaiting this project to get completed and to experience this work of art in use once again. Sadly, Javier Candela did pass away in January 2022, but his work is a testament on how great the structure was. Building something genuinely beautiful, but also a structure that has held up, partially unmaintained for over 60 years in one of the harshest climates in America. I think the stadium should be saved, and I think it would be truly so special to see it in use once again. I can't even imagine how astonishing it must have been to see some of the greats perform there. But this landmark has a long road to go, and it likely won't get there without the city's help. There needs to be a lot of public and political interest to get this done. So now it's a question of if that's actually going to happen. Anyway guys, my name is Jake, and thank you very much for watching.
Separate this so I can do some painting. What's on Netflix? Oh, you know what I had started watching? I had started watching Insatiable. Let's do that as some more.
Unreachable for 4 days, call if you need me? Smiley face, mom. First day of school. I woke up still. It was the first day of senior year, and I woke up still drunk. The night before was... mostly a blur. That is, after I emptied out the entire minibar. If I had any chance of making it through the day, I needed something to soak up the booze. Went to Atlanta for AA retreat. Unreachable for 4 days, call if you need me? Smiley face, mom. First day of school. Good job, mom. But with no mom, I could ditch. If I was gonna be a beauty queen, only one teacher mattered.
I thought Magnolia wanted me to coach her. I had no idea she wanted to seduce me.
Well, you never should have put yourself in that position. No grown man should have to jump out of a teenage girl's window.
Should tell her parents. If it were our daughter, I'd want to know.
Are you insane? You're an accused child molester. Plus, if you tell the Barnards, Etta May will never sponsor me for Junior League.
Heaven forbid.
Please, Bob, no more coaching, okay? Just focus on your legal career with clients who are over 18. That blonde girl was a catastrophe. Showing up at our gala looking like a whore.
We are still working on Patty's look.
No, we are not. Leave it alone.
Except I couldn't. Patty was my chance to get my pageant coaching mojo back. I just have to keep things on the down low.
I'm here, ready for you to make me a winner. And I brought donuts, breakfast champion.
Jesus, what happened to you?
Nothing. A little hungover.
You were drinking? Today is your first day of school. You need to be fresh, alert.
I'm not going. Beauty queens don't need school.
When is the last time you heard of a beauty queen / high school dropout / blackout drunk? Does your mother know you're here?
She's out of town. So, guess you're in charge of me now? I'm gonna call you daddy.
Absolutely not.
Spelled that backwards.
What is that?
Makeup caboodle. Let's get you cleaned up, and then I'll take you to school.
Oh, I haven't even eaten anything yet. Hey, give that back. I'm starving.
Good. Maybe your body will start eating itself.
I'm not ever going back there again.
You want to talk about it?
This is the one I can't cheat. I can't paint.
Dear Blob Armstrong, you're fat.
Wow. You were fat.
Until I wasn't. It gets better.
You're fat. Dear Blob Armstrong, you're fat.
Wow. You were fat.
Until I wasn't. It gets better. I promise. Trust me, skinny is magic. You are not Fatty Patty anymore.
So who am I then?
Whoever you want to be. Today is the day we write your pageant narrative, the story that you will tell on the pageant stage, who you are and why they should pick you. You can be the former fatty turned class president, or cheerleader, or homecoming queen. You are a blank slate. So, let's make you a pretty picture.
Uh-oh. Daily makeover coming on. Maybe Bob was right. I could write a whole new story. I felt like Cinderella. And there is my Prince Charming, Brick Armstrong. Maybe my pageant narrative could be like a fairy tale, where the vengeful maiden rejects the hero, like he did to me. Brick! Hey, Steve. Patty? So much for revenge.
You guys know each other?
That's Patty Bladell.
No way, Fatty Patty's huge.
Just because you're skinny now doesn't mean you can steal someone else's boyfriend. Got it? Oh my god, that was sick. Magnolia Barnard was just totally threatened by you. Oh, this is like every great high school movie ever made. Geek turned sheep. Is this the part where you dump me for better friends and start sleeping with all the hot guys? Or girls? No, we're definitely not in that movie. Good.
So now, I am your boyfriend? Because last night you said you weren't sure.
I'm not, but until I decide, I'm not letting you flirt with some other girl.
So, no other girls. Got it.
Rick, there's someone else.
No way. I love you.
Okay, that is literally the first time you've ever said that to me. Why did it take you so long?
I don't know. Maybe I was scared. I mean, I haven't said that to anyone before, except for my mom.
For the first time in my life, I was pure potential. The world was my oyster. I could be the former fatty who turned into a brain, or an athlete, or a basket case, or a princess, or a criminal. Well, obviously not a criminal.
Hola, clase. Hoy vamos a discutir las noticias del día.
Discussing today's news.
Some guy almost died in a fire at the halfway inn.
Español.
Okay, hotel?
The one by the freeway. Halfway in, guy's in like critical condition.
Oh my god. Was I criminal?
Solamente español.
¿Es posible que yo fuera la escortita que se convirtió en una asesina?
Necesitamos usar el baño. Puntas.
I was at that motel last night with the homeless guy. Thank God he was the friar. Totally. Unless I didn't.
What are you talking about?
You know how I was gonna bang him, and then I didn't, so I still wanted revenge?
Patty, what did you do?
I may have briefly considered lighting him on fire. Patty, are you insane? I don't know. I cleaned out the mini bar and I watched Firestarter and the rest is a blur.
Wait, you watched Firestarter without me? I can't believe you.
Nani, what if I got drunk and set the guy on fire? What if he died?
Okay. Let's think about this logic. You know, there's someone in critical condition, but we don't know if it's your homeless guy.
Yeah, totally. You really think that it could be just a coincidence? That I thought about lighting a guy on fire, and then a different guy was in a fire at the same motel where I thought about lighting a guy on fire, but it was just a different guy in a different fire?
It's possible.
Yeah.
I'll ditch, go to the hospital and find out. You should stay here. My dad always says the easiest way to catch a murderer is to see who comes to visit the victim.
I'm a murderer?
Only if he dies.
Nani, what am I supposed to do? Just wait around?
Go to class, blend. Pretend you're a normal teenager. Who knows, you actually might be. I'll text you later.
Bob, hi. I didn't expect to see you at home. I came to see Etta May.
Etta May's out of town. Another surgery, separating conjoined twins.
You must be so proud.
If I only had the time, look, I'm already an hour late for work and I'm out of fresh shirts.
Oh, well, I could press a shirt for you. I could straighten up the house a bit, too.
Now, why on God's green earth would you do that?
Well, it's the neighborly thing to do, and I'm sure Etta May would appreciate knowing that you are well cared for.
Well, that's awfully nice of you. Come on in. Just don't judge, okay? The house is a mess.
I was anxious, stressed, paralyzed with fear. Sure, I was scared I might be a murdering arsonist, but that was nothing compared to facing a high school cafeteria. Nani told me to blend in, be inconspicuous. I was used to being invisible. I needed to find a place to hide out. A group of kids nobody cared about, but not with those sadists from the band. Maybe the stoners. Maybe this time they'd be too baked to even notice me.
Watch it, Patty.
Sorry.
You know what rhymes with Patty? Fatty, Fatty, Patty.
I wasn't Fatty Patty anymore. I needed to find a place where the new me fit in. Yes, you. Come here. For the first time in my life, could I actually be popular? I couldn't go to jail. I finally got to sit at the pool table.
So you knew? Definitely on the outside. Welcome to Masonville. Hey, Alicia, have you had, I'm sorry, who are you?
I don't know.
Excuse me.
Maybe everybody else had forgotten about Fatty Patty, but I couldn't let her go.
So I have to go. I just got called in on a case. Personal favor.
Okay. So, should I just lock up when I leave then, or what?
Hey, sounds good.
Okay.
And if you ever need me to return the favor, don't hesitate to ask. Thanks, Corley. You're a real peach.
Oh.
Have a good one.
All right.
Some of the show's fucking insane.
Regina?
Rosenfeld High's Caring for a Cause Alliance, and we heard there was a guy in a fire who's in the ICU. I brought him a little something.
Yeah, straight ahead, room 102.
Thank you.
Nani?
Dad.
Everything okay? Why aren't you in school?
Yeah, I'm just here doing research for an assignment. You?
Official police business. Last night there was a fire and it's looking like arson.
Arson?
There's a guy who got caught in it. Bad liver, weak heart. With that smoke inhalation, he could actually die, which would make this a homicide. My first ever. Awesome, right?
Well, not for the dead guy.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, of course. You gotta admit, I mean, it's pretty cool. Nothing ever happens in this town.
So, do you guys have any suspects?
Not officially. We just know he was with the girl. Night clerk saw him check in together.
Do you have a description of her?
Sorry. Can't say any more without compromising the investigation.
So, I'm new. Are you?
No.
Why are you sitting alone? Steal somebody's boyfriend. Girlfriend.
Why did you think that I would say?
Yes, I know how things work. A girl as hot as you sitting alone. She's new. Or a social pariah.
Did the hottest guy I've ever seen besides Rick Armstrong just call me hot?
So what happened? Did you, light someone on fire or something? I'm a Christian. That's my name. And my religion, which is super annoying and on the nose, but... My dad's a preacher. And a missionary. Hence, I've been to 5 different high schools. This is the part where you tell me your name. Your backstory.
I'm Patty. No backstory.
I like a woman of mystery.
I'd never been a woman of mystery in my life. I wasn't about to tell him that.
Why do you need to get a lawyer?
Okay. Oh, this shit, there's more strips in the arms.
You are so fucked.
Ooh, is this one of those afternoon delight kind of visits?
In the bad way. Regina had you followed.
Where in the hell did you get these?
Well, you better tell Barnard the truth and get out in front of it.
I wanted to do that this morning. You made me promise not to. It's too late. I mean, if I tell him now, it's going to seem like I'm covering. We got to figure out another way.
Well, you need to figure it out. I'm not the one who can't stay away from teenage girls. Oh.
I should probably pick that up. It could be an emergency.
About what?
Her first day of school, she was really scared.
And how do you know that?
Because I saw her this morning. I gave her a makeover.
My God, Bob, you are pathological. Please, no more Patty, okay? There is something off about that girl.
I am telling you, you are wrong. Hello?
I think I may have killed someone.
I gotta go.
My life just started. I don't want it to be over already. I'm a horrible person.
You're not.
I wanted to hurt him.
I had to do something. She was ruining my $1,500 jacket. Listen to me, Patty. Having a murderous thought is not the same as having murderous intent. That is not who you are.
How do you know?
Because I see you. Because I see what's really in your heart.
I saw it first.
We are going to prove you didn't do this together.
All of us.
We've got to jog your memory. I need you to go back and mentally retrace your steps from last night. Maybe you can fill in the blanks. Remember something that'll let you off the hook, but stay away from the motel. Stay out of trouble. Got it?
You sure about this?
Yes. Bob said to reenact the events of last night.
That isn't mentally retrace.
Trust me, my dad's a cop. Anything could trigger a memory. I'll be the homeless guy. So, did you guys kiss? Because maybe we should.
No, we didn't kiss.
Well, was he on top of you, or?
I'm telling you, the last thing I remember was Firestarter. And the vodka, and then it all went black.
Well, okay, first of all, I can't even with fire starter because it hurts too much.
Sorry.
What were you wearing last night?
You know what I was wearing? Those.
Aha! A clue.
Cheetos? I never eat Cheetos.
Oh, yeah? Let me see your hands.
What?
I knew it. Orange residue.
I don't think that...
Yep. Cheetos for sure. You must have been hungry and gone out for a snack. The booze and stuff is right by that motel. We should go over there. Find out who was working. See if you said anything about what you did.
Oh my god. You're pretty good at this. You should be a cop like your dad.
I don't know, that's kind of dykey.
A little stuff on this one. Okay.
I needed Patty to be innocent. Without her, my coaching career would be nothing but a distant memory. But as her lawyer, I needed to assume the worst. What I didn't need was Bob Box of Butt Plugs Barnard and his giant ego getting in my way. Since when does a DA get involved in an active investigation?
Because I knew the victim. He was a witness in the case I had.
I know. I was opposing counsel.
You were? You really shouldn't be here. This is a probable crime scene. Now, if you excuse me, I have to get to work.
Bob, seriously?
Well, it's wall-to-wall sitting there. Wouldn't want to soil my shirt, especially after your wife was kind enough to iron it for me.
She... what?
Yeah, Etta Mae's out of town, so Coralie helped me out. She didn't tell you?
I'm not sure which was worse. The thought of my wife ironing a shirt for Bob Bulgin Bicep Barnard, or the fact that the only way to get anything out of Barnard was to suck up to his ego. I'd rather light myself on fire. Listen, Bob, I don't have any experience with arson, and I was hoping you could bend the rules so I could learn from a real professional.
Well, heck, when you put it like that. What good's being the top law enforcement officer in 4 counties if you can't throw a bone to your old pal and courtroom adversary?
You're a...
Don't touch anything. You don't remember anything?
No.
I was totally shit-faced.
Was she acting weird? Like she did something bad?
She was bad, for sure.
Okay, so I came in and I bought Cheetos, right?
Flaming hot.
Did she smell like smoke, like from a fire?
No, but she was definitely smoking.
Tell me what happened.
Show me your titties.
What?
I reminded you that you still owed me for lying for you in court, so you showed me your...
Did we hook up?
No, I thought we were going to, but you got kind of mad when I asked why you weren't wearing a bra.
I wasn't wearing a bra?
Where was your bra?
FYI, my sister says going braless is bad for your back.
Shut up, Joy.
Okay, so that's Lupin Magnum.
I must have left my bra in the bathroom.
You guys didn't hook up.
I went there to seduce him, remember? So I had to free up some assets.
Wow. The old Patty wouldn't even change her shirt in front of me. Now you're getting motorboated by homeless guys and hooking up with Donald Choi.
Who said anything about motorboating?
And
If the police turn my bra into evidence, they can place me at the crime
yellow
scene.
and blue, yellow
Only
and
with
blue
DNA.
fighters.
So unless you have nipple hair,
Who has nipple hair?
definitely not me.
I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in prison. And then I'll never see Bob Armstrong again. And I'll never be a beauty queen. And I'll never be able to talk to that hot guy from school.
Who, Brick?
No, this new guy. His name's Christian. He's like the hottest guy I've ever seen. And he called me hot.
You are hot.
Not after prison I won't be. I'm gonna have shiv scars and tattoos and PTSD.
Okay, calm down. We'll just go and get your bra back. I know the evidence card. This is Freyberger. My dad used to have her watch me when I was little. I'll distract her and you can go get the bra.
Oh my god, amazing.
These were just taken on a hunting trip I took to Alaska. That bear counts as a double kill because it was preggers when I drilled it. Unfortunately, you can't wall mount a bear fetus.
Okay, so that's Lupin Magnum with the style fighters. Also,
I wanted to be a winner, not a flasher.
You can combine anything with it, and I probably will do so. But for now, let's just take pictures of it as it is. So it hasn't dried yet. I'll definitely need a second coat, but for now, it will do. Damn it. What if I've been getting comments all night and not noticing? That'd be awkward. Have to go watch the replay to find out, I guess.
King_Kuga. Test.
Okay, that's working.
King_Kuga.
This been giving me trouble all night. Like, it kept signing out when I was trying to start, so I do apologize. I saw a comment about Spider-Verse. Yes, Spider-Verse was amazing. 21 out of 10. That's a correct score. I agree. Phenomenal movie. And where do these blue ones go? 1, 2, 3. Phenomenal movie. Sticker 1 and 3. Oh, and this one's for the... Damn it. The rim of this gets a sticker as well. Oh, there's more details. I'll not be making the same mistake. paint it up, let it dry, paint it gold. Oh, there it is. 1 and 3. Go. Where? I see. Okay, I'll come back to that. Don't used all of 2 stickers in that build. I'm impressed with myself. That's a new record. Fuck you. And it can use, as I said, the yellow and blue dial fighters as arms to give them something to do while you use any other Lupin formation, honestly. For example, Splash Magic would be a good example of where you would use this. There's Splash, there's Magic rather. Actually, you know what, I will do Cyclone Magic. Not sure that's a form that ever even got used in the show, but who cares? Gonna use it here. There's Lupin Kaiser, Cyclone Magic, and then Lupin Magnum. What's it called? Lupin Magnum Superior. So that's a thing you can do. Where's the magic hand component? There it is. Stay on there, you dipshit. There's camera. Ugh. Okay. And then with Good Striker here, with Ex-Emperor, there's all three robots at once. All three you're supposed to be able to have. Okay, let's put you back there. We'll do group photos in a bit. Alright. Time for Siren Striker.
Thief and potentially a murderer. At this point, I didn't know who or what I was. If I were a bra, where would I be?
All right, here's what we know. The victim did not check in alone. He was with a young, blonde woman, 36 double D.
You know the cup size?
We found her bra in the bathroom. She's a #1 suspect.
For what?
Arson. Bob, keep up. Now, if the battery was removed from the smoke detector, that means there was intent. Now, Captain Murray determined the fire was started by a match dropped onto the bed, which was doused with vodka, but now our victim was found unconscious in the bathroom. Probably ran over here to avoid getting burned.
Every detail matched Patty's story, except for the blood. It was like watching a horror movie and wondering if your protege was Freddy Krueger. If I had any chance at redemption, Patty was going to need an alibi as solid as the abs on Bob Bra Burglar Barnard.
Never mind, I'm here as a friend. I'm fed up with my husband's depraved behavior. I want out of the marriage. Get in. Okay.
Oh, well. Oh, girl. It's about time you came to your senses.
I know, but I need your help.
Okay.
I'm assuming these aren't the only copies of the photos.
No. I have them on my phone. Why?
Because if I show these to Bob, he'll just destroy them. So would you mind texting them to me as backup?
Oh, no. My pleasure.
People say you're a bitch, but I just think you're the sweetest.
Thank you.
Oh, honey,
welcome. I hope you take that pervert husband of yours for everything that he is worth. Right down to his dirty little caboodle.
Got him. Oh, thank you, Regina. Now, I'm assuming you don't know this, but you're guilty of trafficking in child pornography.
Wait, what?
Uh-huh. It's illegal to text lewd photos of a minor, which Magnolia most certainly is.
Now, you wait just one minute.
Let me be real clear, Regina.
It's Regina.
I love my husband. Fruity caboodle and all. So you will drop this or I will go to the police.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you
Damn.
go to the police. Try me. Poorly. Vagina. No, is Regina like a Gina, not a Gina?
Wow. That escalated quickly. I can't paint this face.
Verdict scribe.
There it was.
That's not how you pronounce Regina. Brandon Law. Rise of the Beasts in 5 damn days.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. 4 days! I got the Wednesday early screening. Also, hi. Hope you weren't there all along. If you were, I do apologize. My bot wasn't working. And Yeah, nothing was working. I do apologize for not saying anything. I didn't know anybody was watching me. But hi. There's some mighty fine details here. I don't know. Except for... it's safe to use a sticker for this. So I was going to say, except for the police logo on the face, or on the forehead, I could probably...
Verdicts scribe.
But...
I won't be seeing Rise of the Beasts in theaters, but I do kinda want to see it. Brandon Law. Fuck, how did you get fucking early viewing? What the fuck?
Go to AMC, they have a special preview night. No, it's not Monday, Wednesday. Fan something like that. I don't know. It was on their website. It wasn't like not special. It was just right there, and I bought tickets for it. Fan first screening? I don't know. I'm not sure if it's exclusive to AMC or if the other chains are carrying it, but it's a special Wednesday night showing. Like I said, I'm not special. It was just on their website.
Brandon Law. AMC has special viewing options. How do I get them? I am gonna shit.
Like I said, it's just on their website. I'm not special. It was just right there for anybody to buy tickets for. Let me pull it up. It may not even have been exclusive to AMC. I don't know. Let's check Fandango first.
Brandon Law. Swiggity swoogity. I am gonna poopity.
Rise of the Beast Early Access Fan Event, June 7th, 7 p.m. Here you go.
Brandon Law. Sorry, kind of lost it there.
There's the link. You're coming from Facebook, aren't you? Link's not going to show up, and let me just message you directly. Let me put it in the Facebook chat, because Restream's not going to send it to the Facebook chat because it can't.
Arthur Groves. Rise of the Beasts Early Access Fan Event. https://www.fandango.com/Transformers Rise of the Beasts Early Access 2023-23164/movie overview. Date equals 2023-06-07.
You didn't have to read that whole thing. Also, I just doxed myself. Oh well.
Verdicts scribe. Still haven't seen any previews with Rat Trap saying anything, so I'm not fully interested.
He's not in the movie, as far as we know. It's Optimus Primal, Cheetor, Rhinox, and Airazor are, I believe, the only Maximals. I feel like I'm missing one, but those are the ones I can think of. Like I said, it's not a Beast Wars remake. It's a live-action movie using elements of Beast Wars. And, combining them with the Bumblebee sequel.
Verdicts scribe. Fucking bullshit. Rat Trap needs to keep Cheater in line.
I mean, I'm going to be real honest. I don't think the Beasts are going to have much to do. And they have a physical presence. I don't think they're going to talk much. Other than Primal. Michelle Yeoh is Airazor. She's expensive.
Brandon Law. I think the one thing that sucks donkey balls about Rise of the Beasts was the fact I have only seen 2 Studio Series figures fucking ever in a public store. It took 3 months to find ROTB Cheater.
It's shown up yet? It hasn't even I haven't seen any of the Rise of the Beasts Studio Series stuff yet at all. I don't think it's hit. I got my Scourge on Hasbro Pulse. I think Scourge and Battle Trap are out. Some of the other stuff might be out, but for the most part, I don't think it's even available yet. Cheetor, don't think is Cheetor. I guess Cheetor's out. He's the same wave as Battle Trap, isn't he? I don't know. I don't even bother with stores anymore. Maybe I'll get lucky once in a while and find something on a store shelf, but I've kind of given up on physical retail.
Brandon Law. The rest of the figures are just stupid-ass rubber band toys or cursed one-step changers.
Well, yeah, the main line is its own thing. The Studio Series stuff, like I said, they're not all out at once. But most of it hasn't been spotted, I don't think, anywhere. So it's not just you. How is this supposed to align?
Verdicts scribe. Cheater confirmed in trailers, but I'm now holding out for Rat Trap and Waspinator, otherwise Michael Bay isn't getting my money.
As far as we know, there are no Predacons in the movie. Only Maximals, Autobots, and Terrorcons. So, like I said, it's not a Beast Wars movie. It is a Transformers movie using some of the Beast characters. Maybe that's a turnoff to you. If it is, I apologize. But, it is what it is.
Brandon Law. Did you see Across the Spider-Verse?
Yes.
The ending made me scream in my car for an hour. Damn near punched the seat in spite.
I have, but let's not spoil anybody who may be watching this later.
Verdicts scribe. LOL.
I definitely understand the sentiment.
Verdicts scribe. So did my wife.
All I can say, it was originally Across the Spider-Verse Part 1. So, yeah. Yeah.
Brandon Law. I proclaimed the word fuck 100 times in a comment I made responding to you.
I saw that. I laughed. I laughed a lot at that one. How's this supposed to go? Just put it on and...
Verdicts scribe. I knew it was going to have a cliffhanger, but damn.
Yeah, hell of a cliffhanger. I said I'll be happy to discuss it with you folks off stream. I just don't want to spoil anybody who hasn't had a chance to see it yet. It has only been out for 2 days now. So I don't think many people watch my playbacks, but just I want to play it safe here. So it's supposed to go. Oh, okay.
Verdicts scribe. Best animation in the industry, hands down.
Oh yeah. Sony, their live action movies, bleh, but Sony Pictures Animation, holy shit, they are like actually a great studio. Maybe it's, Lord and Miller specifically, I don't know, but actually I think it probably is because I believe Lord and Miller wrote the Lego movie. So yeah. Just phenomenal movie. Phenomenal animation. Phenomenal. 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 I've avoided using the head stickers on these things as much as possible, but this one is making me. I don't like that. How dare you make me use face stickers. Siren Striker. No, I'm misaligned.
Verdicts scribe. Buy the Blu-rays, buy the Whopper, buy a PS5 and buy the games. Tell Sony we want more. Brandon Law. You know that one scene in The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug, where Bilbo and company thought they killed the dragon, so he broke out of the liquid gold and said, "Nah fam, gonna burn down Lake Town now," and then the camera pans to Bilbo saying, "What have we done?" Then you had to wait 3 fucking years for the next one? That was about a third of the fucking pain I felt.
First of all, no, because I didn't watch the Hobbit sequels in the theater. And second, there was only a year between movies. And the sequel to Spider-Verse will be out in March. Is when it's scheduled. It's scheduled for March. So now, what I do remember is the ending of
Verdicts scribe. LOL. I can feel that pain. Brandon Law. I hate to say it, but The Hobbit felt mid.
The Hobbit was extremely mid. I saw the first one in theaters. I was like extremely disappointed. So I didn't see 2 and 3. I saw
Verdicts
2.
Scribe. My wife said it was as painful as Pirates of the Caribbean 2.
I was literally about to bring that up. So let me finish my first thought, then I'll get to that thought. I saw The Hobbit 1 in theaters. Did not like it much. I was already skeptical about going in about them stretching one, that tiny ass book across 3 movies. So I was predisposed to not like it. I mean, it was okay. It didn't suck or anything, but it was just didn't feel the need to see the next one. Eventually I saw Desolation of Smaug on TV or on HBO or something. And I still have not seen Battle of the Five Armies to this day. I've seen, maybe I saw half of it, but I haven't seen most of it. Not very interested in doing so. The Hobbit movies did not need to be 3 movies. That's my opinion. And then, yes,
Law. Wait the fuck a minute. It is gonna be out in March. Holy fuck, Batman! Ha 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 ha. Holy fuck! Ha 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 ha. Farts in pants. H.A.
You're welcome. I mean, they might move it back to May. I don't know, depending on the success of this one. But currently, it is scheduled for March. But yes, what I remember distinctly is seeing Pirates of the Caribbean, the second one, Devon Tell No Tales. I don't know, whatever the fuck it was called. And the cliffhanger ending in that one with Jack Sparrow getting fucking swallowed by the Kraken. That was pain. In retrospect, the movie was mid, but I was, 16. I was like, holy fuck, Pirates is back. Holy fuck, Jack Sparrow is dead. Now what? So, yeah. Sticker 5. Oh, that's the... Okay.
Brandon Law. If Rise of the Beasts does some shit like that, I am gonna burn the metaverse to the fucking ground.
Actually, it might, because it is supposed to be the start of a trilogy. So, be advised.
Verdicts scribe. Michael Bay totally would. Brandon Law. Fuck.
Michael Bay's the producer, not the director. The director is Travis Knight. No, it's not Travis Knight. It's Steven... I used to know it. Travis Knight was Bumblebee. I think he directed Creed, I think. I don't know. Michael Bay's only the producer. Let's say only. producers can be the creative backing. But anyway, he's writing the checks, but he's letting the director, Stephen Cable Jr., that's his name. Anyway, Bay's letting other directors, do what they want with the franchise. He's just writing the checks.
Verdicts scribe. I'm more interested in Blue Beetle.
Blue Beetle looks interesting. I know nothing about the character, so I'm eager to find out, I guess. Make sure that's going in the right spot. It seems to be. Okay. It's weird to have a striker that's stylized as a trigger machine. Just a standard trigger machine. Okay. Be these two. 8 and 9. See 5 and 6. And I get the white bits. The white bits. White marker. That's purple. That is gray. That one.
Brandon Law. Michael Bay actually brought a lot of good to this franchise. Some of the best CGI animation and fight choreography came out of A Fart in the Wind like Revenge of the Fallen. That Shanghai scene where Optimus yeets himself out of a jumbo jet like a certified gamer moment was a visual and emotional explosion to me.
The Bay movies aren't all bad, but he definitely had his moments. Less good moments. Revenge of the Fallen, I have not revisited it ever. Same with Dark of the Moon. Saw them each once in theaters, and that's the only time I saw them. Age of Extinction I saw 2 or 3 times. The Last Night, we don't talk about The Last Night. That was fucking awful.
Brandon Law. And that Forest Battle man. Good all-American Christ.
Let's see. I've seen the first movie a couple times. I saw the 15th anniversary last year. It was good to revisit. Like I said, Revenge of the Fallen I've only seen once. Dark of the Moon only seen once. Age of Extinction 3 or 4 times. The Last Night 1 time. Do not want to revisit it. Except I sometimes pull up Sir Anthony Hopkins' scenes because he's iconic. But other than that, yeah. Actually, I've only seen Bumblebee once as well. I need to see that one again. That one's worth it.
Verdicts scribe. Oh good. Now I'm imagining in the infinite multiverse that there exists a Spider Christ.
I mean, there probably does.
Brandon Law. I think the 2007 movie felt like it was corny and all, but it had genuine heart to it.
Yeah, it did have heart. That was Spielberg's influence. Spielberg actually cared at that point. The rest of the movies, he was just kind of just taking his paycheck. Okay, B7. supposed to be a cow catcher? No idea what that's supposed to be. Okay, then the side guns, and what goes up here? Sticker 7. Well, there's no way I can... That piece is hollow, so I have to use the sticker here to cover it up. That's annoying.
Brandon Law. You know what film I don't understand the hatred with? Fantastic Four 2005. Yes, it was cheesy, but people treated it like it was a personal insult to their mother.
I don't know. I enjoyed that one well enough. I haven't revisited it. I thought it was fine. I don't get the hate, but I've never been much of an F4 person. It's a fucking tank.
Verdict's Scribe. I think only the comic book nerds had issue with it. No pun intended.
Had issue. That's a good one, actually. Intend that pun. That's a good pun. Okay. And then there's a bunch of stickers that go on the side. 19, 17, 9. They're all gold, aren't they? 19 and 17, those are straightforward. 9, 11, and 15. Yeah, it's just all gold.
Verdict's Scribe. Now, FANT4STIC was unilaterally a bomb, from what I have heard.
It was, although I saw it and I did not hate it. It was not great. I thought there was potential for a good movie in there. Although, like I said, on the other side, I do understand the derision, so I don't know. Fant 4 Stick is one of those movies. Oh, it's supposed to be... Oh, that's where that goes. Okay. Oh, it is Trigger Machine 7. Interesting. This thing straight up numbered as Trigger Machine number 7. I never caught that before. Usually the Strikers have their own numbering, or they don't have a numbering system, so this is interesting that it's numbered like that. Okay, so it's just all gold accents on the tank, right? Yeah. I don't think the gold's going to take to the red very well. Well, maybe it will. Okay.
Verdict's Scribe. If the MCU is bringing in the Council of Reeds, then I think the MCU has overstayed its welcome.
Are they, though? I mean, they're going to do F4 eventually, obviously, that we know they are going to, and they used Reed and Mr. Fantastic and Doctor Strange, too, but...
Verdict's Scribe. Not that I've heard, yet.
I mean, I don't know anything about the Council of Reeds, but it sounds like a multiverse thing that would be a few steps removed. Like, first they just want to introduce the damn team. I did like the portrayal in Doctor Strange. What's his name was an interesting cast. Like kind of, I think it was what, fan service fulfillment basically. Probably wouldn't actually take the part in a real movie. There's that whole scene was fan service. Let's hope we see Wanda again. Be a terrible note for her to end on. Has everybody seen Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 yet? Because James Gunn's a damn good filmmaker.
Verdict scribe. Not yet. Want to.
Do. Is good. Okay. That should be everything. Alright, that's Siren Striker. Looks good on paper, it's a striker. In practice, it's a trigger machine.
James Gunn is damn good.
Looks good. That Siren Striker is basically a police tank. This goes up and down. These go up and down. It goes boom, boom. Boom, boom, pow. Alright. Let's do this one last time. So, you have your Patkaiser. So in the show, like as I said earlier, y'all may not have been here. After Trigger Machine Crane, Crane and Drill, and then the Scissors and Blade Dial Fighters, all the new upgrades that were supposed to be split between the two teams went to the Lupin Rangers. So, you know, both the Trigger Machine Splash, meant for the cops, went to the police, or went to the thieves. Siren Striker, meant for the cops, went to the thieves. Along with the stuff they did get, which was the Magic Dial Fighter and the Trigger Machine, and the Victory Striker, which I'll be building next. And of course, Lupin Magnum was always going to be for the Lupin Rangers, but so they got several Trigger Machines that were meant for the other team because they were much more popular sales-wise. So how this works, you fold this out and down, fold these up, got cannons by the head, and this comes up, and it replaces your head component of choice. Like I said, ostensibly, it would probably be, in the show, it was only ever used in conjunction with, I think one time it replaced, the cops used it once, but most of the time is used by the police, by the thieves. But, you know, it is my toy. These are my toys. I can do what I want. So there is Siren Patkaiser, I believe would be the name of the formation. You can also do, of course, this was never seen in the series, but Siren Patkaiser Splash, or you can even do Siren Patkaiser Splash Strong, or is it Strong Splash? I don't know. Or Strong Biker. You've got options. But that's Siren Striker. And then, like I said, here's the formation it was actually always ever used in. The primary formation was Lupin Kaiser, Siren Lupin Kaiser,
Verdicts Scribe. Persona 5 single-handedly brought back the popularity of the Phantom Thief genre back to Japan in 2016. I doubt Lupinranger would have existed if it weren't for P5.
Lupin the Third. Am I a joke to you? Alright, so this is the formation that it was always used in. Siren Lupin Kaiser with splash and magic, the splash and magic hands. Listen, one time they gave it to the cops, but for the most part, this was how it was used. I always felt that was bullshit, but I'm not the guy in charge of toy sales or any of that stuff, so whatever. And as a toy-only feature, it can be used as an arm. Does not have an elbow, though. Yeah, no elbow joint, so make of that what you will. Let's do Siren. Let's do that as an arm. Where's your... There. This makes the head. That's something you can create, a toy exclusive combination, Minipla exclusive specifically. Siren Lupin Kaiser Splash, or actually no, that'd be Lupin Kaiser Splash Siren, or Patkaiser Splash Siren, I guess would be the name of that. I don't know really. Let me go ahead and photograph that. I keep forgetting to stick these back where they belong. I just ripped the face off. Back over here. So most likely a Siren Patkaiser would use one of the alternate arms, if not both of the alternate arms. Biker and Splash would be my best guess. So let me real quick take a picture of this and then we'll get to the last box. It's a surprisingly long stream. I do apologize. Okay. what those would actually be used for in real life.
Verdict's scribe. Was looking up Lupin 3 movies and box office numbers, but I cannot confirm nor deny if it did better than P5.
I mean, it didn't have to have done better. I'm just saying that Lupin the Third kept that mythos alive. That's all I'm saying.
Verdict's scribe. But would it have been as popular as it was in 2018, is my point.
I don't have an answer for that. Also, at this point, the only difference between the Lupin Kaiser and Patkaiser is literally just the legs being flipped up or down without the identifying, core vehicles on it. Okay.
Verdict's scribe. I think there also was some other live-action preteen idol Mahou Shoujo series around at that time, too.
Let me see. The first Girls Like Heroine show, I think that started around 2018, yeah. That was, let's see, no. Phantom Mirage, was that 2020, I think? Now I've got to find out. Yeah, Himitsu Senshi Phantom Mirage was 2019. Lasted quite a long time. Four episodes. I know that series eventually ended, but let's see what happened. Yeah, Miracle Tunes, Machi Macho Piers, Phantom Mirage, Love Patrina, Karameki Powers. Placed by Rizstar. So that's a whole thing. Okay. Alright, let's get all my pieces back in order here.
Verdicts Scribe. In the same vein as Phantom Thievery, I heard Tom Cruise wanted to delay release of the new Mission Impossible movie because of Barbie and Spider-Man.
Real recognizes real. Okay, last but not least, Victory Striker. So Siren Striker, Victory Striker are basically the Ultra Zords of the show. The final power-up for each side. Well, only for the Lupin, for the thieves, really, for the Lupin Rangers. Which is why they're the ones on the box. Actually, were they on that? I wonder. You know, the boxes had them. None of the boxes had the Pat Rangers rip. I got one box, two boxes, I guess, that have them from the prior assortment. Let's see, that's Ex-Emperor. 4. These are from tonight. Put it beside me. Ugh. I need to find something here real quick. There it is. I need to toss out these boxes. Okay, that one had both Lupin Red and Patranger on it. They represent both sides. Okay, that was cool. I hold on to these boxes because I'm like, oh, what if I want a reference for painting? That's why I've got so many of these floating around. Ugh. Anyway, I got front and back of this. Yes, okay. Victory Striker. Takes the form of a jumbo jet. A, B, C, and stickers. Back to Insatiable.
Smoking bra. No, is Regina like a Gina, not a Gina?
285.
There it was, the smoking bra. Hey babe, Bob, any news?
It's not looking good. The police are looking for a young blonde woman, and Bob Bukkake Barnard has made this case his personal mission.
Wait, what's Bukkake?
Never mind. Where are you?
Verdicts Scribe.
Connie's helping me come up.
Bras should not smoke.
No! I
No,
told
they
you
should
to
not.
stay out of trouble. Get out of there. And don't take anything to keep a list of all the evidence. You need an alibi. The hallway fire alarm went off at 12:04 a.m. You need proof that you were somewhere else during that time frame.
Wait, I think I was at the booze and stuff. Wait, those places have security camera footage, right? I bet I could get Donald Troy to give it to me. He's kind of got a thing for me. Does this mean that I'm not a murderer? And I can go back to living a normal life? I could become Miss American Lady and everyone will be so jealous.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Listen, you call me when you get the footage. I'm going to the hospital to check on homeless guy.
If I had the right shade of red, I could paint this.
Good news. I found a matchbook wedged between the wall and the mattress. Captain Murray was able to lift partial prints. Yay, Captain Murray. I'm betting it belongs to the blonde. Off to run it through the database.
Where's Donald?
He had urgent business. Something I can help you with?
Yeah, this is gonna sound weird, but I have to prove that I was here last night. Would you mind if I looked at your security camera footage?
Yes, I mind. This is a place of business. I don't have time for your stupid games.
What if I bought something?
Okay. That's odd. The thumb drive with the footage is missing.
There was only one person who could have stolen that footage. That porn hoarder Choi stole my Malibu. We have to find him. We're running out of time.
Wait, isn't that his car right there? Unicorns and rainbows!
That is an invasion of privacy.
You're jerking off in a public parking lot to a video of my back.
I was not.
Then what were you doing?
Jerking off to the memory of your front.
Give us the security footage and we won't tell everyone you were in your car punching the clown.
That's a new euphemism.
But you never thought she'd ever be a bad girl.
Shit! 12:05. That's 10 minutes after the fire started. It still doesn't exonerate me.
Hold on. If we can prove that running at full speed, it took you longer than 10 minutes to get here from the motel, you'll be off the hook. But we have to replicate the exact conditions or the results won't be reliable.
I'm confused.
We're gonna get you drunk and then time how long it takes for you to run from the motel to here. Sound good?
I've been drunk more in the past 2 days than I had ever been in my life. Was skinny really magic? Or a gateway to becoming a raging alcoholic?
Rock and roll.
Okay. Go.
Oh my god, no, just go straight. That's not the way to booze and stuff. Patty? Patty? Patty can't talk right now, Bob.
Who's this?
Nani. Her best friend. Since we were 3.
Tell her homeless guy woke up. He's still groggy, but he seems to be coming out of it until we know exactly what he has to say. She needs to stay as far away from the hospital as possible.
That's gonna be tough. Patty sort of had to get her stomach pumped, so...
Balls!
You always have to do it in your car. And my face smushed up against the window like that is breaking down my collagen.
Is that like an old lady thing?
Everyone has it.
Hey, look, we need to talk. Me and Magnolia are getting back together.
So? I didn't think we were exclusive.
I mean, we can't keep doing this.
So, what? You waited to tell me until after?
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not stupid.
Oh, honey, yes you are. Take me home. I don't want to miss Little Women of Atlanta. Don't you know that it's dangerous to text and drive?
What are you doing?
My shirt's on inside out. Don't need dicks, you know, and I've been getting it on.
Okay, well, stop, because if someone sees, then I'm...
It's their lucky day.
Shit.
I'm so sorry. I feel like this is all my fault.
No, this is the most fun I've ever had. You and I just used to sit at home, and now we're out in the world. I just hope I don't go to jail, and it all goes away.
Oh, hey.
Hi, handsome.
Jesus, girls, I asked you to get a time code. Would it kill you to just listen?
I saw Donald Troy's peen.
It's true. It was horrible.
I'd never seen a peen before.
Okay, bigger fish to fry, I checked in with the DA.
The DA?
No.
Babu Kaki Barnard.
Don't you ever call him that. He is on his way down here to question the homeless guy. I have to get to him first to try and do damage control. Your dad is in the room. You think you can distract him?
Yeah, he's my dad. I think I can manage it.
Sir, do you have a problem with me? Patty, you stay here. We cannot let the homeless guy see you.
But I want to...
Patty, stay. Let me ask you something. You've known Patty since she was 3. Do you think she could be capable of something like this?
Well, she's definitely different now that she's skinny. But she's got her head on straight.
I missed you guys.
Oh my God, you cannot follow directions to save your life. Literally. Go back in there. Lure your father out. I'll take care of her. Patty.
Bob.
Go back to the ER now.
That's her. That's the girl I was with last night. She started the fire.
Patty?
Better come in here. Were you with this man at the motel last night? Tell him, Blondie.
I'm Miss Bladell's attorney. I would like to postpone any questioning until my client and I have a chance to confer.
Confer about what? She did it.
Couldn't be true. For me, or for her. I was grasping at straws. Suddenly, I knew what I was looking for.
Hey, what are you doing? Stop touching my stuff.
Are you wearing these clothes the night of the fire?
Yeah, but...
I think we both know what really happened. Homeless guy.
My name is John.
Hey! You woke up. Drunk, alone, your clothes in the bed, soaked in spilled liquor, just another day in the life of a derelict. And then, creature of habit, you reached for a cigarette. But before you could light it, you looked up and saw a smoke alarm above the bed. But you weren't gonna let that stop you. You decided to disarm it. You jumped up.
Verdict scribed.
Remove the battery, slipping
Emma
it
head
into
off
your
to bed.
pocket.
TTYL.
That's fair. Have a good night. This stream's gone.
Dropping the match to the bed. You jumped off the bed. You ran to the bathroom to escape the flames, but you ran into the door jam and knocked yourself unconscious. And then you lied and blamed Patty, so you didn't get in trouble for starting the fire.
How could you know all that? Were you in the closet?
That sounds like a confession.
Ah, fuck it. Yeah, it was me.
Because of Bob, I had a future. There was hope for a new me. My pageant story wasn't over yet.
I'm not a monster.
No, you're my great white hope.
That sounds a little racist.
We are gonna do amazing things.
Bukaki!
Okay. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Already done, Bob. Already done. I gotta go home. My son's been in a fender bender. Texting and driving. Nani, can you make sure Patty gets discharged and get her home?
Yeah, I'm always there for her. And never say discharge.
We're gonna start coaching this weekend. You get yourself home and go straight to bed. Think you can handle that?
Thank you for saving me. What about me?
It's So much for the first day of senior year. We'll have a do-over tomorrow. Put this all behind us.
But I couldn't put it behind me. Not yet. There was one more thing I had to do.
I'll be right back. Wait, where are you going? Patty.
Just so you know, I'm the fatty you punched. You broke my jaw. I couldn't eat solid food for 3 months. So you owe me an apology.
An apology? You should be thanking me. I saved you. Because of me, you got skinny.
Skinny isn't magic. It doesn't take away all of the years that I got treated like shit.
Well, let it go.
I can't. I might be skinny on the outside, but on the inside, I'm still fatty patty.
That's pathetic.
Oh, I want you to hurt like I hurt. You deserve it. I wish I had lit your ass on fire. I hope you drop fucking dead. I wanted him dead. And then he was. And I was happy. Did that make me a horrible person?
Yes.
Did it make me responsible? Maybe Bob was right. Maybe skinny was magic. I wondered what else I could do. I knew skinny was magic, but now none of my bras fit. The new Patty was more powerful, but with much smaller boobs. Bob says nothing says confidence like a good push-up bra. What do you think about this one? This one?
No, I feel like I'd have to see it on.
Just want to look my best this weekend.
Well, I still don't understand why Bob's taking you all the way to a pageant in Alabama if you're not even competing.
Because he's going to show me how real pageant girls act. How they walk, how they talk, how they smile. His coaching mentor is the director, so she's giving us VIP access.
Are you really into all this beauty pageant stuff, or are you just into Bob?
Both. And now that I'm getting away from his wife for the weekend, I'm going to show him that I'm his soulmate too. We're perfect partners. We're going to win Miss Magic Jesus, and regionals, and Miss American Lady, and then I'll be famous, and everyone else can S a big fat D. Oh, leopard. Do you think you'll like this one?
Hold up. What do you think is going to happen on this trip?
This weekend is going to be fun, fun, fun.
This weekend is going to be work, work, work.
Why is seeing your pageant coach and mentor suddenly such a goddamn emergency?
Miss Magic Jesus is in just a couple of weeks, and I need the extra help.
Well, so do I. My dinner party is tonight, and all the junior league ladies are bringing their husbands, and you're leaving me alone like some divorcee. I thought we were partners.
We are. I cooked, I cleaned, I judged. Everything looks great.
You know what doesn't look great? You.
Taking a minor across state lines, that looks a lot like kidnapping.
Don't be dramatic.
Well, you're the one acting like it's life or death.
Because it is.
Why?
Because Patty is out of control.
What do you mean?
She nearly lit a man on fire. She's just a little willful, impulsive, impetuous.
Bob, she's a teenage girl. They're all insane, and you know this.
No, Patty is different.
How?
Because she is my only coaching client, and you know that is the most important thing in my life. Other than you, Patty actually reminds me a lot of you when I first met you.
Bite your tongue.
She has the same kind of fire. And if I could just harness it, I think she could take us both all the way to Miss American Lady. I just have to get her under control. Stella Rose, she taught me everything I know. She will know what to do.
Would it really be so bad for you to have to give up coaching?
Or would it really be so bad if you didn't get into the junior league? Patty, what are you doing here? I said I was going to pick you up.
Well, I was running early, so I figured I'd save you the trip.
See what I mean? Willful.
I can see the emergency.
Meet me in the driveway. I'll pull the car around.
It's okay. I'll just go into the garage.
Patty,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Coralie was wrong. This was an emergency. If Stella Rose couldn't help me control Patty's fire, she could burn us both to the ground.
Potato chip?
No, thanks. Once I start on those, I can't stop. What the hell is all this crap?
Snacks. Road trip calories don't count.
What? Of course they do. Will you put that away?
You're in a mood. Is it Coralie? Every time I come around, she gets tense.
I wouldn't take it personally. I think you just remind her a lot of herself when she was that age.
But why are you trying to change me? Don't you like me the way I am?
I love you. You were beautiful and fierce, sophisticated. I just want you to wear all that on the outside, too.
Do I remind you of your wife?
Actually, you remind me more of myself.
See? Soulmates. I made us a playlist for the road.
The thing that I've been looking for, been running around for so long. Now I got you, I won't let you go. You got the thing that I've been looking for, and you got a whole lot of gold, and that's really turning me on. You are everything that I dreamed of.
You know, usually I'm partial to the classics, Brittany, Christina, but I do like this.
Just
feel the way that I feel. I'm feeling sexual. So we should be sexual.
I think that's how it's supposed to be a line, honestly.
I was finally at a real pageant. And with no one else around, I would have Bob's full attention.
How do I look? How's my hair?
You look great. Are you okay? You seem nervous.
Nervous? No, I just haven't seen Stella Rose in almost 20 years, and she is a bit of a harsh critic. She's even more direct than I am.
I didn't think that was possible.
No, trust me, she's a legend. Before she started directing, she coached 3 Miss USAs, 1 Miss American Lady. Oh my God, she's here.
Wow! Look what the horse drug in. You look like something the cat dragged in.
I'm sorry, Stylist, there's too much
Nobody cares about your sob story.
Hey. Oh, it's not that bad. Look, no, you just need a little. There. No more tears.
Impressive. You got a daughter in the pageant?
Oh no, I'm here for a conference. I'm a lawyer.
What's a lawyer know about fixing hair?
The trial is the biggest pageant there is. I gotta make sure my clients pass muster before a jury.
You got a gift for style. Never thought about making money in it?
I did, but my wife put the kibosh on it. The night before I was scheduled to take the bar, I got offered a sales management position at Bergdorf Goodman. But she wouldn't let me take it. Said it wouldn't give us the lifestyle that she wanted.
That's tragic.
You are literally the only person that thinks that besides me.
Well, clearly have a calling. I don't know if you're a good lawyer, but you'd make a hell of a pageant coach.
Pageant coaching? That's a thing?
It sure is, and you can make a pretty penny at it, too. I mean, if you need that as a way to sell the idea to your wife.
Well, I wouldn't know where to start.
Well, honey, that's where I come in. I've got more clients than I can handle. And I'm looking for a partner. Gentlemen, I'd like you to meet my first protege, Bob Armstrong. Bob, I'd like you to meet my bareback buckaroos.
You are looking well.
And I see you're still wearing that rug on your head. What rug?
Patty, I would like you to meet Miss Stella Rose Buckley, my pageant mentor and the director of Miss Bareback Buckaroo. Stella Rose, meet my star client, Patricia Bladell.
I never would have known she was a heifer, except for these. I'm guessing you're what, like a double D?
Oh, hey, sorry. She has aggression problems. That's kind of how we met.
It's okay. I like 'em feisty. Plus, she's a stunner.
You approve?
You're lucky I quit coaching, Bob. Otherwise, I might try to take her for myself. Patty, I want you to meet Roxy. She's gonna be your tour guide through Miss Bareback Buckaroo.
Oh my God! This is gonna be so much fun! You're a pageant virgin?
Yeah, Roxy, why don't you take Patty back to the hotel and get her all settled? The grown-ups need to have chow.
God, fuck these stickers.
Go on. We'll catch up later.
Joy, I need to borrow your car. It's an emergency.
Totally.
You even listening to me? Ew, you're sexting?
No, it's Team Roulette. It's an app for meeting people from the waist down, so you don't get hung up on superficial things like faces. I found a girl within a 1 mile radius who wants to hook up.
Please stop talking.
Did you say something about borrowing my car?
Yeah, I need to go to Alabama to save Patty. I tried calling her mom, but she's in rehab. So.
What's wrong with Patty?
Her alleged child molester, lawyer/beauty pageant coach is taking her across state lines, and I'm scared something bad's gonna happen. Long story.
You can tell me on the way.
To Alabama? Why would you come?
Because I've never been to Alabama. Or anywhere outside Georgia. Plus, maybe if I come to Patty's rescue, she'll actually let me feel her boobs.
Let's get one thing straight. If anyone's rescuing Patty, it's me. I'm the one who's gonna...
Feel her boobs?
I was gonna say, be her knight in shining armor.
I get off in half an hour. I'll meet you outside.
Okay, so the headlines are, you used to be fat and your coach is a diddler?
Alleged diddler.
That's so badass. Compared to yours, my story sucks. I got bullied. My mom wanted me to have more self-confidence, so I tried modeling, but the girls were dumb, so I got into pageanting.
Wait, you were bullied too?
Well, not anymore. Stella Rose is all about sisterhood. What, you don't like Stella Rose?
I don't know anything about her, except my coach is obsessed with her, and he shouldn't be paying attention to me.
Oh, you have a crush on him.
Well, no, I don't.
You know, I have some butt tape in my purse. When we get up to the room, we'll tape your boobs together, make them look extra perky. That'll get his attention for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. So you said butt tape?
Wait up, losers. I'm coming with you.
You're not.
And two, I'm gonna get photos of that child molester in action. You're not the only one who wants to take him down.
Dixie, please. You know you made that whole molestation thing up.
I did not. My mom did. I mean, my mom, she knows that it really happened. And even if it didn't, he still might do something else.
Wait, if Bob's innocent, why are we going to Alabama?
Because I'm not worried about what Bob's going to do. I'm worried about Patty. She has a crush on him. When she has a crush, she can get kind of crazy.
If he gets to feel her boobs, I'm gonna be so pissed.
We're taking my car. Come on,
This
bitches.
show's insane.
She's referring to you when she says bitches, by the way.
We jump on the beat like a remix. C-A-my-N-word. California, A-my-N-word. L-H to B-my-N-word. Ain't that what you gotta say my N-word.
Hey, thanks for seeing me. I wasn't sure you would after how things went down.
Oh, it's ancient history. Besides, figured you were desperate, else you wouldn't have called.
I'm not. I'm not desperate.
I tell you not.
Okay, I am desperate for redemption. And Patty is my last chance, but she's also the best chance I've ever had.
Still the drama queen.
Oh, come on. Stella Rose? She just won't listen. And I'm afraid if I can't control her, she's just going to go off the rails in a way that I'll never get her back. Can you just tell me what I'm doing wrong, please?
Well, I'll need to watch you coach her. Hey, Nani.
Hey, how's it going over there?
Terrible seconds over singing pink, but Jesus Christ.
That sucks.
But Roxy gave me butt tape for my boobs, and I'm...
Wait, who's Roxy and what's butt tape?
Oh, crap, I gotta go. I'll talk to you later.
God damn it.
Do you know what butt tape is?
Yeah, you use it to tape your clothes to your butt, obviously.
Why on earth would anybody want to tape their clothes to their butt?
So your shorts don't ride up, duh. It's a pageant thing.
Looks like Patty made a new friend. Understands pageant stuff.
That's good, right?
Drive faster.
Bob's arrangement was impeccable, but it wasn't enough. For the Junior League ladies to accept me, everything had to be perfect. Without Bob, I was missing my most important accessory. Unless he came back.
Surprise! Brandy Lynn! Oh, God. Okay.
Is it? Yeah. I haven't seen you since Cousin Delilah decided to get re-virginized, which was what? 3 years ago? Well, you should have called first, because I have a dozen people coming over here for dinner, no kids allowed. And no embarrassing family members. Well, I mean, let's go, kids. Your fancy pants auntie's being a first-class bitch. Drive safe now and enjoy that open road.
Lord.
This has been happening a lot lately.
It just won't start.
But if you stay, then I'll have to cancel my dinner.
Hunker down, kids. Looks like we're staying for a spell.
No.
I needed to stay focused. I was about to coach before the coach of coaches. It wasn't just about what Stella Rose thought of Patty. It was about what she thought of me.
Where's your client?
Well, she's late. I told you she doesn't follow directions.
You better hope she's not looking for a new coach.
What? What? Why would you even say that?
Because if I were her, I'd want someone who didn't need any extra help. It makes you look like you're in over your head.
Hello? I am. That is why I'm here.
Hi, sorry I'm late.
Oh my God, what happened to you?
Roxy taped me up. She said it would maximize my assets. Oh, they are most definitely maximized.
I said skinny is magic, not skanky is magic.
You don't need to shame her, Bob. Come on, honey. Let's work on that walk.
Coach, she is not ready for the walk.
Stella Rose thinks I am.
Stella Rose is not your coach. I am.
But she said she was a legend.
Look, I thought maybe you'd just watch, yeah? Let me do the coaching?
I need to see what she can do, right?
Fine. You think you can do the walk? Do it. This is not going to be pretty. Okay, stop. You look like a Yeti trying to escape a Nat Geo photographer. I think it's better if I show you myself.
Sorry, I just never seen heels that big.
Not to brag, but I am a lady size 14.
Okay, and then...
Okay now, watch and learn.
No, you're still forgetting to squeeze the cheeks and thrust.
Hey, boundaries.
I'm helping you, Bob.
You are groping me.
And if anyone's gonna get groped, it's gonna be me. I thought I was the one being coached, not you. This is a waste of time.
Can I talk to you outside, Bob?
Yeah.
I can see your problem.
Patty doesn't respect you.
Well, if that is true, you are not helping.
She knows you're vulnerable, Bob. She could smell your desperation like that cheap cologne you were wearing when I met you.
That was Paco Rabanne Invictus. That's $40 for the travel
I'm
spots.
right, and you know
Well,
it.
what do you suggest I do about it?
She's a wild Mustang. Riker, you gotta jump on her and wrap your fist in her mane and ride her like the devil and put her up foamy and wet.
Okay, yep, I get it.
And I'll dangle the carrot. Show her it's all worth it.
You mean like good cop, bad cop? Mama always did know best. Need to move all these makeup caboodles to the dressing area, 2 at a time, 1 in each hand.
Well, I thought we were gonna watch rehearsal.
Now you need to learn to follow directions first.
Hi, I'm great at following directions.
Patty, in the week since I've been your coach, you have almost lit a man on fire, got alcohol poisoning, and stolen evidence from a police locker. That might be indicative of a behavior problem.
Anybody can have an off week.
Do as I say, or we're gonna have a problem. All right, find me
This
when you're
fucking
done.
show, holy shit.
Hey, why aren't you at rehearsal? I got stuck on the phone with my BF, but it's cool. Rose and I are tight. She'll give me a pass. What are you doing? Oh, Bob said I have to move these. Well, here, let me help you. And then you can watch rehearsal. That's why you came, right? Why are you being so nice to me? This is what we do. A queen always helps another queen fix her crown. Come on.
Just show me the last 3 beats and come on, this is a big time. Sparkle.
Well done.
Already? How?
I had a little help. That's what pageants are about, right, sisterhood?
That is not how I told you to do it. Go back and do it the right way.
Oh, come on, Bob. Don't be such a hard ass. This is supposed to be fun. Good cop.
Being a bad cop was one thing, but Stella Rose making me look incompetent was another thing altogether. Fine. You came here for a pageant? Let's get you on stage. Hold it still. We gotta light the horse for the opening ceremony.
I'm going to fall off. There's no saddle.
That's why it's called bareback butt brew.
No, it's not. He can sense your fear, darling. Relax.
Squeeze your thighs together and thrust your hips forward.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Can you leave?
No.
Seriously? You're gonna make her clean it? That's disgusting.
Go on. Not gonna wipe itself.
What does poop have to do with pageants?
Yeah.
Mind your business. You follow directions. Do as I say. Not like that. A lady never gets down on her knees. Don't. I do this on my kitchen floors, and I defy you to look at them without sunglasses.
Who's pooping in your kitchen?
But I'll be back in a little while. Stella, keep an eye on her. Something didn't smell right, and it wasn't the horse shit. I had to know. If Stella Rose wasn't helping, what was she up to?
Oh, holy God. I'm in the shower for 15 minutes. You turn my front lawn into a water park?
Come on, Coralie. You keep clenching that tight, you're gonna pull something.
Okay, I called the mechanic, and it's triple time to do house calls on the weekend, so we're gonna have to wait till Monday.
Right, we can spend more time together.
Doing what? Baby pool mud wrestling?
Let's go. Last time I promised you double or nothing.
No. There is a reason I left that trailer park.
Because you think you're better than us, you always have. Everybody else might believe that swanky milk act, but not me.
All right.
Hey,
You
Coralie.
done? Oh, shit. Well. What have we here?
Shut your pothole, Brandon.
Bob, hi. What are you doing here?
Well, Etta
May felt awful about you coming down with a cold and having to cancel your dinner, so she asked me to drop off some of her world-famous shepherd's pie.
That is just so thoughtful of both y'all.
And, who might this be?
Charity case. We adopted a family from the trailer park, and they were supposed to come next weekend, but her brain is so fried from all the meth that she got the dates wrong.
She's lying. I'm her
She also had a stroke, so most of what she says doesn't make any sense at all. And now her trailer is on the fritz, so it looks like she and her crack babies are going to be with us for a while.
Well, Bob can't fix it?
He's out of town.
Only time Bob's been under a car is when he was hiding from a grizzly. You want a beer?
Oh,
Well, listen.
bless her heart. She's crazy.
I know a little about engines, and I do owe you a favor. I'm happy to take a look. That is, if you don't mind me peeking under your hood.
Peek away. You know, she doesn't have a hood.
It's all right. I'm
It's
happy
okay.
to.
You know, all right.
Hey, Stella Rose, we're about to head to the spa, so...
Is it that time already? My goodness, you've been at that a long time. Why don't you take a break? Come with us. Pageant's paying for all the girls to get treatments.
Yeah, come on, it'll be fun.
I need to finish. Bob says I need to learn to follow directions.
Bob needs to learn to back off. If he's not careful, he's going to ruin this for you before it even starts.
He's just looking out for me.
Bob only looks out for himself. He's a complete and total narcissist. Trust me, I know.
Bob's a legend around here, but not in a good way. Stella Rose told us the whole story.
Oh, yeah. I took him under my wing, taught him everything he knows, and then, when he thought he had a better deal, he dropped me like a corn dog without a stick. Mark my words, he will do the same to you.
He says he believes in me.
Oh, sure he does. Do you think he'd be this invested in you if he'd met you when you were fat? He's an opportunist. He found someone vulnerable and took advantage. Trust me, he doesn't care about you, but I do. Us girls gotta look out for each other, right? Dry your tears and you come on to the spa.
And snap went the trap. Stella Rose wasn't a good cop. She was a thief. Trying to steal my client. I had to do damage control.
Hey, ladies. How's it going?
We're going to the spa, just the girls.
Oh, Patty can't make it. I made lunch reservations for 2.
I think I would like to hang out with the girls.
Oh, you will. Tomorrow. Come on. You don't want to be late.
I finally had Bob alone. And now, I wasn't sure that I wanted him.
You okay?
What would have happened if you met me while I was fat?
I'm gonna tell you the truth because I want you to trust me. I would have done my best to get you out of jail, and I would have moved on with my life.
So you are an opportunist.
And you're not? Did you have any interest in beauty pageants before you met me? We're the same. Daddy, perfect mirrors, perfect partners.
You don't act like we're partners. You've been just missing me ever since we got here. I haven't learned a thing about beauty pageants.
Yes, you have.
Name one.
Actions speak louder than words. Get up and do the walk.
Here? I can't even do it on...
Yes, you can. Trust me.
I told you I can't.
Try again. Now, carry the caboodles like I showed you. Shoulders back, headlights up. Show me you can follow direction. Keep walking. Now, sit on the horse. Squeeze those thighs. Push those hips forward. Good. Okay, now, wipe the floor. Slide and glide. Mm-hmm. And turn, carry the caboodles, sit on the horse, wipe the floor.
Okay, that is Victory Striker done. Fuck that face. Fuck those stickers. I'm gonna have to go back and paint that. That's a mess. Alright, so. Of course, it combines with Lupin Kaiser like so. This comes off the back. Makes a little crown there. This folds down and opens up. And it combines like that. And there you have Victory Lupin Kaiser. Technically that's Victory Lupin Kaiser Cyclone, but who's counting? No head articulation. The wings come up nice and high. That's good. That's a good touch. This is fitting down. There we go. Doesn't really sit flush with the chest, does it? That is Victory Lupin Kaiser. And also here it is with Splash. That's the formation most often seen in the show, but you can swap out the arms, of course. What's the best alternate arm for you? That piece blade. Don't think it's shield. Maybe that's what I give it to. I give you that. Alright, let's go get a picture of everything together. Where's that slip? I can't with one of them. This shows all the formations you can do. guess all these would involve Lupin Kaiser, Splash Magic, Victor Lupin Kaiser, Siren Lupin Kaiser, Lupin Kaiser Magic, Lupin Kaiser Splash Magic. Okay, there's Splash Magic at the headpiece does stay stored on the shoulder. Splash. In a sense, it does make sense that Siren and Victory Striker would both go to, or rather, Splash and Magic would both be part of the ultimate combination, but probably not the way the show intended. Like I said, it makes sense just as a union of the factions. I just lost another. God damn. Let's have to paint those. I don't know if you've noticed, but the stickers that make up that paint the waist piece on this have been coming off for the last several weeks. They're tiny, they don't adhere very well, and they have lost their traction. I've been meaning to. I've lost them one by one, and now there's only one left. So whatever. They've been slipping around throughout the night. I'll just try and, like I had tried on this one to paint them in. The paint overflew. I need to fix that. I can fix that. I'm sure I can fix that. But anyway. That can be fixed. But anyway, that's what happened with that. Wait a minute. Shit. The picture I just took was what they closed. I have to open that cockpit. Okay. So let's show off all of our robots. And also what's left over. Let's have a family photo. The only thing I don't have is Jackpot Striker, which I'll try and track down eventually. Okay. And Lupin Magnum can also be used by as a gun by the Lupin Kaiser. Doesn't really work in Minipla form, but that's the intended application of it. I could have taken or left this, honestly, but it's part of the set, so. I'm gonna do a little family photo here. Shit, it's 3 a.m. I've been streaming for what, 5 hours now? Yep, just about. We'll wrap this up quickly, I promise.